what's up, my people? I figured I would come live. I'm sure some of you are like panicking and stuff. Okay, I had to wash my hair today. My hair's just so dirty. I need to wash my hair. Oh, my workout was crazy today. It was insane. Thank God for Jesus. Thank God for Jesus. Let me see. This story is crazy. This story is really, really crazy. I pray I can go in the Stamina store tonight. Oh, y'all came in like pretty quick. Yeah, but y'all, listen, people, okay, especially black people. Sorry. Right? Y'all gotta stop being so emotional. Y'all gotta stop being so emotional like this. Your boy made a choice. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah. Hey, everybody, what's up? Oh, everybody's here. Cheese here, Queez here, Payments here. Yeah, he is slowly. Yeah, for me, who else is here? Alex, what's up? Everybody, what's up? First of all, let me say this, people. Y'all gotta stop being emotional. Black people, y'all have to stop being emotional. Okay? Why are you so heartbroken by this? Your boy made a choice. He chose not to speak. Chose not to speak. Me, I called like y'all when I tell you I was harassing his entire bloodline. The moment I heard he was not going to testify, right? I went on Instagram. I messaged his dad. I even tried to call his dad. I found his mom, her Instagram. I messaged her. I left a voice note. I found his grandmother, Miss Anna. I left her a message. I found his uncle. I left the uncle message. I called his attorney. I told the man, Mr. Davis, that's his name. I left a voicemail on Monday. I said, you need to tell Mike, he needs to use the student code of conduct. He said, okay. I said, I beg you, please. I even called back. I left another voicemail. And that time it was an AI machine, right? I said to the AI machine, Mike is not properly explaining the environment. And that this is not a regular push on a flat surface. We are talking about on a staggered surface, right? And it's wet. You have bleachers, you have metal bleachers, you have concrete step, you have the rain. These people started row 1, they end up in row 9, row 10. You never explained it. He never explained it. At the end of the day, like, listen, y'all got to stop being emotional. Got to stop being emotional. Going to court, it's a game. And there are rules to the game. And when you go play that game as the person being accused, right, the rules are actually in your favor, especially with self-defense. I showed you guys the law. The law said you cannot be there illegally. Good. You cannot be there committing a crime besides a minor traffic violation. We're good. You don't have to retreat. We're good. What else does it say? At that moment, did he have a reasonable belief that he was acting in fear of his life? Karmelo never made. No, we have to stop being emotional. Because if you're not sound-minded, you're gonna let these crazy white people drag you into these arguments and you'll lose your energy. You understand? There were 4 conditions. When you look at the Penal Code of Texas, 931, 932, there are 4 conditions that have to be met. Right? Karmelo, he probably, and I really do believe he meets the condition for reasonable fear of his life. He chose not to explain it. You know what I'm saying? Do not go thinking that, because they're all white, they're racist. I mean, maybe they are, I don't know. But even if there was one person in there, one person, you can always have one. This white man, he's white. You can always have one white person or one person, period, that can fight for you, right? But did they really understand that at that moment, Karmelo was fighting for his life? You see, if you have somebody on the jury who wants to fight for you, you have to give them the tools to fight for you. They can't just assume. They can't do that, right? Karmelo had a year to get ready for the stand. I don't even know what the fuck they were doing. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. They had a year. Even like on Friday, when the stuff ended on Friday, I emailed his lawyer. I'm gonna show you. I emailed the lawyer. I said, here are 100 questions. I came up with 100. I mean, AI helped me because you know how my AI is so loaded, right? I said he needs to take the stand. And I told AI, give me questions. I don't even want soft questions. I want hard questions. But what they should have done from Saturday until Monday morning, like back in the day in college, back in the day in grad school, we're going to stay up all night and study for the test, right? They should have prepped that boy. They had an entire year to prep him. They had an entire year to break him. You have Karmelo sit there, call him all kinds of nigga if you have to. You nigga killer, you killer nigga bitch, call him everything. He needs to learn not to break. You guys are too emotional. And when I tell you black people too emotional, y'all think I'm anti-black. Y'all too sensitive. And that's why these white people fuck with y'all. You read like this is crazy. A whole year. Put this boy. They should have had mock trial for this boy. And have different people grill his ass. Call him whatever the fuck you want to call him. You want to kill him, huh? You want him to die, huh? You ain't shit, huh? Right? You think you can just kill white people for the sins of slavery, huh? Put that boy. Like, do it. You can't just say, oh, I'm scared to take the stand. It's your fucking life. It's your fucking life. Right? It doesn't matter if they play the video. The video doesn't matter. It says even the video cannot talk about his state of mind. The law is clear. And he made a choice. His parents were in the courthouse. They also made a choice. But everybody sitting in that courtroom, they really felt like the jury truly understood why he had to use deadly force. Because you have to understand something. Hold on. Let me put this up. Give me a second. Y'all too emotional. Oh. Let's see if I can pull this up. Exactly. Here's the law. Here's the law. And the thing that pisses me off is like, me, I'm not from here. I'm African. Okay, I came in this country, I was 11. Karmelo is a U.S. citizen. He's from here. His parents are from here. English is not their second language. Like, this is not your second language, right? Here is the law, right? Key requirement to meet, no duty to retreat. Legal present, check. Now, the no provocation part, I think Mike could have gone harder on that one, but let's assume check. No criminal activity, check. This right here is where we have a problem, right? Reasonable belief. You must reasonably believe that force or deadly force is immediately necessary to prevent an imminent threat of harm, death, or serious bodily injury. Right there. Okay. Now, we can get the transcripts later. That's not a problem. But my question to you is, from everything you heard, did they answer that question? Who else can answer that question but Karmelo? Even if I'm not mistaken, Kyle Rittenhouse, he took the stand. There's another case. I even saw the case from his dad. This boy stabbed another boy. Hey, Raisa, because he said he feared for his life. The boy took the stand. The boy took the stand. Here is, I was like, this is where I'm sure they had an issue, right? Because it's very possible that the jury is not racist. It's very possible. It's also possible that they're racist. It's also possible that it's half and half. It's very possible that the jury said, right, Austin assaulted him. That's fine. It's very possible that the jury said Karmelo has no duty to retreat. That's fine. It's also very possible that the jury said he had the right to defend himself. The issue is, did Karmelo have the right to use deadly force? That question was not answered. You cannot be emotional. He did not answer that. Mike also did not answer the question. You understand? Because the way it sounds, it's like, oh, you got put, they asked you to leave. Okay, it's not nice. They ganged up on you, told you to leave. And then Austin pushed you. And then you just turned around and yanked the knife. You see, this is what they left people thinking. So it's like, does that look, okay, defend yourself, push him back. Even if you think he's bigger than you, push him back. The moment you grab the knife, you punch, you stab him. Karmelo does not want to tell us why. If Karmelo said, let me show you a picture, right? Let me show you a picture. Hold on. I'm like, that's what I'm trying to see if we can do ineffective counsel. I don't know. We shall see, right? There you go. Look at this picture, right? Look at this picture. All right. So it seems like they start here. They start at row 1. They end up all the way between row 9 and 10. It was never explained. It was truly never explained. How did you go from here all the way to here? So when they're telling you to leave, right? When they're telling you to leave, are they like ganging up on you? So then you're jumping up, like you jump between the bleachers. He doesn't want to open his mouth, Abby. Right? Like, because if he said, I'm telling them to stop, and they keep pushing me. So I'm jumping the bleachers. By the time I got to bleacher number 9, I was out of breath. Okay? So I look to my left, I see concrete steps. I look to my right, I see bleachers with the hard metal. I said, oh shit. And then I had my cleats on, my legs were trapped in between the bleachers. I didn't know where the fuck to go. And he seemed like he was meant on killing my ass. So at that moment, I had a choice to make. But I didn't want to kill him, but I didn't want to die either. What was I to do? Boom, you're done. You won, you walk. It's not that hard. They just want to know, was it reasonable, Karmelo? And Mike tells him not to take the stand. His parents are okay with that. His whole bloodline, bunch of black people in the courthouse, they're all okay with that. What do you want me to do? Right? I don't have the emotional bandwidth to be emotional because we have to be serious. Even if, let's say, 11 people in the jury are against you, one is going to be for you. But you need to give that person something to fight for. Like, you know what? I can see why it had to be deadly. Because we cannot go off the premise that self-defense automatically means the right to kill. You don't have the right to kill people in trying to defend yourself. Now, you can kill someone if you feel like they're about to kill you. My question is, the way everything was explained, did you ever feel like Austin was about to kill Karmelo? And it's very possible. But will you ever explain how Austin was about to kill Karmelo? And Mike and Karmelo, his parents, they had over a year to come up with the why Karmelo felt like at that moment, if he didn't do what he did, that was it. This is it. Right? And I'm not explaining that to people. They have a whole week. It's nothing but the prosecution. Mike comes on Monday. He only takes one day. One day? You think one day is enough? Karmelo's mom was there. She's paying for this. Karmelo's dad was there. You're paying for this. Your son is facing 30 years in prison. And you think one day is enough for your son for the rest of his life. At some point, we got to stop being emotional. At some point, we got to stop being emotional. Karmelo's mom was there. His dad was there. They all looked at the jury. Did they seem convinced? Did anybody in there seem convinced? And you have to remember, as his parents, you are convinced because he told you what happened. You know what happened because he told you. Ding, 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 ding. Has he told the jury what happened? No. So I'm like, what was they? Right? Me on Saturday, when I realized that, like when it was over, I didn't even know they went to court on Saturday. But either way, on Saturday, I emailed the lawyer. I said, you need to put Karmelo on the stand. And you have to drill him. I don't even know what this shit is about criminal defense attorneys not even drilling their clients. Your client should always be ready to take the stand. They might not have to, but you need to train them as if there's a chance you might take the stand. Because when you go to trial, you should have different strategy. If we have a nice judge, strategy A. If we have a judge who hates black people, we have strategy B. If we have a judge we can't really tell, we go for C. You can't just go to court with just one plan. That's crazy. But at the same time, Karmelo's the client. His parents are the client. So if they're not asking him, do you have a different strategy for different types of judge? What if we have one who's hostile? What are you going to do? What if you have a judge who is not compassionate towards our son? What are you going to do? What if you have a judge who's in between? You don't know yet. What if you have a judge who's like, yeah, I don't care. That's the Constitution. Let's just do it. Right? You need to have different strategies. But this concept of, oh, I just trust a lawyer blindly. I trust a lawyer blindly. That's the thing with Black Americans I don't understand. Because one day, whites are racist. Next thing you know, you are fully trusting a white man with your son's future. I am confused. Like, which one is it? You gotta pick a struggle. You really gotta pick a struggle. But like the fact that even Mike is not explaining, how do we go from this is the tent. So if you're telling me leave the tent, how do you people end up all the way at row number 9, row number 10? Because that's where the knife was. So if that's where Austin was stabbed. So how do you go from 1 to row 10? How did you guys travel there? How did you get there? Did you run there? Did you hop? Did you crawl? Like there's no explanation. You have to tell people what this was like. Because pushing somebody on a flat surface If we're both standing even keel and you push me, I mean, that shit ain't, fuck you, bitch, right? But pushing somebody on a flat surface is very different than pushing someone on the stair. Did Mike even try to explain that? The fuck nah. Was Karmelo wearing cleats that day? We don't even know. Like, I don't know what's wrong with these people. But Marlene, I am not emotional. Because when you go to court, they give you the rules. Here is the law. Here's what you have to meet. Yes, the prosecution has to prove their case beyond reasonable defense. But you also have to explain why you had to use deadly force. The force was deadly. It killed someone, right? Now, it's sad that Austin is dead, but Austin is dead. So now you got to tell people why Austin had to die. You didn't explain it. You don't want to explain it. And your lawyer tells you not to explain it. It's like seriously, it's ridiculous. But my point is, I'm African. English is not my first language. So if I can read this and understand it, Karmelo's parents are Black Americans, right? He's also Black American. His whole bloodline is Black American. The lawyer, he's American. He's white American. So all these people came together. They don't understand English. They do not understand English, right? The whole year, they could have taken the time to study cases just like Karmelo. There are so many cases just like Karmelo. And ask yourself, did the defendant take the stand? The answer is yes. Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand. Kyle Rittenhouse, for all the killing he did, he took the stand. Like, I will not be emotional. I ain't got time for this. This is ridiculous. God gives you a win. You don't want to take it because you don't want to speak. Why don't you want to speak? What? You see? Here's Kyle. You see? You see? You see? They had a whole year to study this. Kyle took the stand. There's another boy. He stabbed someone. He stabbed or killed someone. He took the stand because he had to explain his mens rea. They had a whole year to look at previous cases and see how people walked, see how people got an acquittal. They chose not to study that shit. Who's like, what the fuck you want me to do? Like this is some clown shit. It's some clown behavior shit. Like the fuck? So I'm like, yeah, I need to wash my hair and do my conditioner. But y'all cannot be emotional. And you also cannot assume that the jury was being racist. That's not fair. Because at the end of the day, nobody explained to no one why the force had to be deadly. It's one thing to use force. It's another to use deadly force. And Karmelo had his reasons. And those reasons do not have to be perfect. They just have to be reasonable. But when you refuse to open your mouth, how can anybody know? Yes, exactly. There you go. There you go. God got on the stand. There's another dude in New York. He stabbed the boy or he shot the boy. He got away. He took the stand. He started crying. I had to do it. I was scared for my life. Right? You have to, it doesn't have to be perfect. The key word here is reasonable. Where's the thing again? Where is it again, y'all? I don't even know. Where is it? There you go. You just need to have a reasonable belief. A reasonable belief. That's all they're asking you. Nobody said your belief had to be perfect. So why are you afraid to take the stand? They're not asking you for a perfect belief. Did you believe 100%? They know 100% because it's happening so fast, right? Did you have an absolute? It's not an absolute. It's not a perfect. It's a reasonable. Do you have a reasonable belief that if you had not done this, you know what I'm saying, Austin would have killed your ass? You don't want to explain it. What are we to do, y'all? What are we to do? That was a stupid mistake. It was very stupid. They had a whole year to sit in that house and study cases after cases after cases. They had a whole year to drill him. I emailed these fuckers. I emailed these people. Drilled this boy from Saturday night until Monday morning. Drilled the fuck out of him. He needs to take the stand. If he's scared, get the fuck over it. Because going to prison, you're going to be fucking scared. Get the fuck out of here. People are too fucking emotional. Black people are too fucking emotional. It's fucking draining. Always, I feel, get the fuck out of here. What do you know? At that moment, what did you reasonably believe was about to happen to you? If your legs were trapped in the bleacher, you have to say it. If 5 people were chasing up behind you, you don't want to open your mouth. What are we supposed to do? If they had you in a headlock and whatever, and then you escape, you start running, we don't know. He don't want to talk. The boy does not want to talk. What do you want me to do? His parents are sitting there. They let him, they go, it's fine, it's fine. The parents saw the lawyer just take one day. One day, he called 2 witnesses. Something that they're paying for. They're paying top dollar for this lawyer. He only sits there for one day. They say it's enough. Okay, no problem. But if it was an African braider charging $300, you will hear this nonstop. Exactly. Thank you, Whitney. Thank you. I said, this man right here. Hey, Whitney, I didn't even recognize you. You changed your hair. You see, Whitney's honest. Look at Whitney. The way he responded. I said, this is not a good lawyer. I said this. People don't want to listen. But here, y'all, here is the question. And you have, I have a pager account. But I can see, because if you, I pay like $30 a month, right? So we'll get the transcript. We're going to read. Even when the man asked, the prosecution asked the young people, do you believe this is self-defense? He cannot do that. That is a legal conclusion. These kids are high school students. What do they know about self-defense? They know nothing about self-defense. They can talk about what they saw, what they think, whatever, but they cannot give a legal conclusion. Did you hear anybody tell you that Mike objected out of order? This is not their job. That is the job of the jury. I don't even know. So like I said, right, we really have to pray because I'm not emotional. No. Exactly. And the parents are in the courthouse. The parents are in the courthouse. They see 20 white people take the stand, right? And the parents say nothing. Are you going to object? Are you going to do something? You're paying for this. What kind of submissive spirit is this bullshit? You're no longer slaves. Like, what the fuck? Me, I pay you. Even if you have to stay here an extra week and bullshit, stay here an extra bullshit. The money I'm paying you, you think I paid you all this money for you to only stand up for one day and then rest your case? Rest your case? Based off of what? Okay? No, it's not about whether a lawyer is good or not. You need to apply pressure. Don't just ask for one strategy. I want 3. I'm paying you. You're paying for this. You're not doing you a damn favor. What the fuck? You ask for different strategies because it's different kinds of lawyers. It's different kinds of lawyers. You know what I mean? Like there's different kinds of judges. Exactly. There you go. Thank you, Fallon. Thank you. Now let me show you the question because I don't lie. I can even show you my email. Huh? What the heck? You guys see my email? Hold on. What's his name again? Mike Howard. Why did I say Z? Hold on. Oh, and my sent stuff, right? What? Okay. Now, hopefully you don't see too much of my email, but hold on. Right? What did I do? There you go. Here's my email. Make sure I have my email from these people, child. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. You right? I emailed them. I'm a very like, I could see the bullshit. So I emailed the man. Here's what I said. You tell me. Okay. I said, Dear Mr. Howard, I have been following the trial closely, and I wanted to share a thought regarding whether Karmelo should ultimately take the stand. Okay. I understand why defense attorneys are often cautious about putting defendant on the witness stand. Cross-examination is unpredictable, and poor performance can damage an otherwise a strong case. However, I would encourage your team to make a decision only after conducting the most rigorous stress test possible. I'm including 100 questions for him. You need to break him. You must not have mercy on him and break him. He needs to cry. Don't be his attorney. Be the meanest DA ever. He will take the stand and shine. Trust me. In my view, the central issue in this case is Karmelo's perception of events and whether he reasonably believed force was immediately necessary under the circumstances he faced. No witness can fully testify about what Karmelo perceived, feared, believed, or experienced in those moments. Only Karmelo can do that. For that reason, I believe the question should not simply be, should Karmelo testify? No. Okay? Instead, the question should be, can Karmelo survive the toughest cross-examination imaginable? If the answer is yes, then the jury may benefit from hearing from him directly. I encourage your team to conduct an intensive mock cross-examination. Okay? Y'all, it's right here. Challenge him with every hostile question the prosecution might ask. Press him on every inconsistency. Force him to explain every decision. Test his memory, composure, timeline, and credibility. Ask the question repeatedly and in different ways. Interrupt him, push him, stress test him under conditions harsher than anything he's likely to face in court. Be mean. Make him feel like no one believes him. He's just some YN with no regard for human life. If he struggles under that pressure, then perhaps remaining silent is the best strategy. But if he consistently remains calm, credible, honest, and coherent under that level of scrutiny, then that result itself becomes valuable information. At that point, you have learned something important, that he may be capable of helping the jury to understand what happened through his own eyes. Okay? There you go. Okay? From everything publicly known so far, Karmelo appears to be a very intelligent young man who maintained good grades, worked multiple jobs, participated in athletics, and held leadership positions. Those experiences often require discipline, composure, and the ability to perform under pressure. The jury's ultimate task is not to determine what spectators thought, commentators thought, and what social media thinks. The jury must determine what Karmelo reasonably believed at that time. At the time, if he can effectively communicate under pressure, I believe that is something worth seriously considering. I pray you do it later today and drill him until Monday morning. He will be fine. Okay? Thank you for your time and for your work on this case. Tell Melo I'm rooting for him. Okay? If I had the means, I will come out there to see him. Okay? So here are the question. Even here, I've made like 50 hostile questions for him. Okay? I send that to the lawyer. Okay? President of the tent. Why were you under Memorial's tent? You got 5 seconds answer. Who invited you there? 3 seconds answer. Did you have permission from the coach to be there? 3 seconds. If it wasn't your team's tent, why didn't you leave? Did you know it was Memorial's tent? Okay, the questions go. Refusal to leave. How many times were you asked to leave? Why didn't you leave the first time? Why didn't you leave the second time? Were you trying to make a point? Were you trying to show people they couldn't tell you what to do? Did you say, touch me, find out? What did you mean by that? Were you threatening Austin? Were you trying to intimidate people? Did you expect someone to react to that statement? Escalation. Were you angry? How angry were you? Did your voice get louder? Were you arguing? Did you contribute to escalating the confrontation? The knife. Why did you have a knife that day? Did you bring it to school property? Did you know there were students around? When did you first touch the knife during the confrontation? Why did you reach for the knife? Fear. Exactly what were you afraid of? 10 seconds, hurry up. When did you first become afraid? Were you afraid before Austin touched you? What bodily, see, that's a great question here, huh? Okay. What bodily injury did you think was about to happen? 10 seconds. Did you think you were going to get knocked down? There you go. Physical contact. Describe the first physical contact. 10 seconds. Who touched you first? 3 seconds. Did Austin push you? 3 seconds. How hard did he push you? 5 seconds. Did you fall? 3 seconds. Okay. Alternatives. Why didn't you walk away? Why didn't you call for a coach? Why didn't you go find security? Why didn't you simply leave the area? Why didn't you only use your hands? There you go. The act of stabbing. What were you trying to accomplish when you used the knife? Did you intend to kill Austin? Did you intend to seriously injure Austin? Where were you aiming? Did you know where the knife struck? Afterwards, why did you run? Why didn't you stay beside Austin? Why were you crying on the body camera? Why did you immediately tell the police I did it? Sitting here today, what do you want the jury to understand about what you believe was happening in those few seconds? Boom, 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 boom. Train the boy. Train the boy. What is wrong with these people? I don't know. But people play stupid games and they win stupid prizes. Life is not hard. You read the law. Exactly. This is ridiculous. Drill the boy. I emailed this man at like Saturday night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, you need to call him over tomorrow. Y'all need to drill this boy until Monday morning. He can come to your house and stay at your house. Or you go to his house and you tell his mom to stay the fuck out the way. Do not hug him. Don't feel sorry for him. I'm going to break your child. If you want your child to come home with me tomorrow, whatever it is, I will break this little fucker. Stay the fuck out the way. And when I'm done with him, he will cry. Good for him. If he comes out his room the next day and he still wants to fight, that lets me know everything I want. Now we go to court. You get him there. You tell your side. Nobody said it had to be perfect. No one said it had to be absolute. It needs to be reasonable. Make it reasonable. Let's go. This shit ain't fucking hard. This shit is not fucking hard. They don't want to do shit. Just sit here, cry. Oh, they're racist. Nobody gives a fuck if they're racist. White people have always been racist, might always be racist. Are you prepared? And that's the problem with most black people. It's the lack of preparation. You spend so much time obsessing over racism. You spend so much time worrying about who's racist, who's not racist. You're not prepared. Prepared to win. Prepared to fight. Prepared to tell your side. It only needs to be reasonable. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is truly crazy. It's some bullshit. I sent this man 100 questions. I called his office. I texted everybody. They don't want to answer. Okay. Shit. The fuck? What you want me to do? I'm about to be like, what else you want me to do? Right? I emailed the man. Here's the first one. This one also has 50 questions. My prosecutor held week. There you go. Okay? What I say? 50. Hold on, Emily. Hold on. Right? 50 brutal question. You knew it wasn't your tent, didn't you? There you go. Okay? Right? So why didn't you leave? Is following simple instructions difficult for you? Are rules optional when they inconvenience you? Huh? You wanted everybody to know nobody could tell you what to do, right? That's why you stayed. You enjoy confrontation, don't you? You weren't scared when you were talking to that tent, right? You weren't scared when you were talking to Eddie, were you? So fear wasn't the reason why you stayed, huh? You said, touch me and find out what happened, correct? That's the threat, isn't it? Huh? What exactly were they supposed to find out? Were they going to find out you had a knife? Were they going to find out you're willing to use it? Why say that if you wanted peace? Peaceful people don't say, touch me, find out what happened, do they? That's not de-escalation, is it? That's escalation, isn't it? Now it's up to you to say object. It's up to you. Shit, I'm going. You won the last word, didn't you? Let's talk about the knife. You brought the knife with you that morning. Nobody forced you to carry it. Nobody forced you to put it in your bag. Nobody forced you to reach for it. Nobody forced you to open it. Nobody forced you to use it. Those were all your decisions, correct? Yes or no? Yes or no? Karmelo taking too long. Yes or no? There you go. You want to bring that shit over here. There you go. So every step required a conscious choice by you. You want this jury to believe you were terrified of an unarmed student, please. A student who never showed you a weapon. A student who never threatened to kill you. A student surrounded by coaches, athletes, and spectators. That's who you were afraid of. That's the person you claim made you fear for your life. Really? That's your testimony? Yeah, right, you little ninja boy. You want 12 jurors to believe that? Every witness is wrong, and you're right. Okay, it's always you, always a victim. There you go. Black people always sad for themselves. Every witness misunderstood what happened. That's what you want me to believe. Okay, sure, whatever. Every witness saw it incorrectly. Every witness remembers it incorrectly. Yet somehow only you remember correctly. That's convenient, isn't it? Oh, well. You expect us to believe everyone else got it wrong. Expect us to believe you are the only reliable witness. Isn't it true that you're changing your story because your freedom depends on it? Mr. Anthony, the truth is you lost your temper, didn't you? There you go. Okay? Then the instruction said, be the meanest prosecutor in Texas. My goal is not to find the truth. My goal is to make Karmelo angry, defensive, inconsistent, arrogant, evasive, emotional. Yeah, he black. Make him emotional. You might win. Okay? You might actually win. So my people, I emailed these people. Okay? I emailed these people. I sure did. On Monday, I called the law office. I called them at 10 o'clock. I talked to Mr. Davis. I said, you need to bring up the code of conduct. I said, Mr. Davis, I beg you, it's on page 9. Page 9 clearly establishes that no student has the authority to tell anybody to leave. He said, okay. I called back again. I went to voicemail. I talked to the AI. When I try to call back again, they blocked my number. There you go. So what you want me to do? Like what you want me to do? Hey. Okay? No. God is good, y'all. Now, what y'all need to do is not be emotional and say, God, our nephew fumbled. There you go. Our nephew fumbled. Our sister, our brother, Drew and Kayla fumbled. Because when you pay all kinds of money for a lawyer, that motherfucker better work an extra week. He took one day. Kayla was right there. Drew right there. Everything being said about your child, all the nasty thing people said about your child, and you think one day is enough. You got insulted, battered for 365 days. People threatened your life. They swatted your house. One day is enough. Kayla right there, y'all. Kayla right there. Drew right there. They the ones paying for the shit, right? And it's okay to take one day. The man rests his case. Kayla right there. Drew right there. Okay? There you go. So now, what we have to do, because God is merciful. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank God for Jesus. God is merciful. What we have to do now is ask God to open our eyes. Y'all, all we can do is beg the Lord. Beg the Lord. Don't fight these white people. Don't go back and they're stupid. Okay? They don't matter because they're not the jury. But I'm telling you, Marlene, the way I feel it in my spirit, they got stuck on that. They truly got stuck on this part because this part was not answered. The reasonable belief part, it wasn't answered because only Karmelo can answer that. I'm like, nobody else can. And the beautiful thing about the law in Texas, it's not that you have to have an absolute fear. Because how can you even prove that shit? Because if it's absolute, shut the fuck up. Don't even talk. Because how do you prove absolute, like 100%? How do I prove this? They didn't say you got to have a perfect fear. That's 100%. No fear will ever be perfect. But they said it has to be reasonable. It's like a C plus, a C minus. You understand, right? You see? And even that too, did his mama know? Did he tell the mama? Did he tell the daddy? If we drop this case, his appeals rate is 10%. Did he told them that? Right? So now where we stand is if either we are able to do ineffective counsel, pray for listen, okay? Or we find something else. But the best option now is to go to the appeals. But this is all extra work for nothing. I can show you myself. I DM'd his dad, DM'd his mom. I even left his mom a voicemail. I left his dad a voicemail. I left the grandmother a voicemail. I left his uncle that played for LSU a voicemail. I left all these black people voicemail. Please put this boy in the stand. You know what I'm saying? But they saw a white lawyer. They think white people know best. They trust white. Even Diddy went and surrounded himself by a bunch of white people, a fat white lawyer, all kinds of white. They think white is always right. White lawyers know best. You are a black boy. Your son is black. Not even one black lawyer. Y'all want a black juror, but y'all won't even hire a black lawyer. Hello, somebody. Okay? So that's it. I'm like, it was right there for him to win. It was right there. He chose not to take it. If you have a lifeline, take it. All they had to do was practice. Okay? No, and you got to also be very careful, Stand your ground is one thing. Deadly force is another thing. And I don't know if Mike don't understand that, if his parents didn't understand that, right? Because like I said, it's very possible that the jury said Austin did touch Karmelo. Facts. Austin assaulted Karmelo. Facts. Right? Karmelo doesn't have to retreat. Facts. Karmelo has the right to defend himself. Yes. But does Karmelo have the right to use deadly force? So now the law said you have to tell us, when you decided to use deadly force at that exact moment, what was going through your mind? And did you have a reasonable belief that if you didn't act this way, you would have died? We have no answer. Now, I mean, I think I know I have an answer, but it still has to come from him. Okay. So I'm like, this is like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's the thing, because when you hear, oh, he was pushed. But yeah, being pushed on a flat surface is one thing. Being pushed on a stagger steps, that's a whole different thing, right? That is a whole different thing. Being pushed right here, somebody pushing you right here versus like, let me see if I can show you another picture. Let me see. Okay. Flat surface, I guess. Track field, I guess. Let me see. Right? Let me see if I can show you a picture. You see what I'm saying, right? So imagine somebody pushing you here, right? Right? So if somebody pushes you on level ground, that's different than if somebody's pushing you on the stairs. And when he's pushing you on the stairs, is he pushing you to go up? Is he pushing you to go down? We don't know. Because Karmelo does not want to give context. His lawyer also don't want to give context, right? But do you see how pushing somebody on a flat surface in a hot weather, dry weather, like it's hot, it's sunny, everything is dry, right? If somebody pushes you, right, on dry weather, on a dry day, everything dry, and then you decide to use a knife, that's extreme. Like, what the fuck? Right? Now, if somebody is pushing you over here, hold on, you guys, where am I? Right? You see? Now, if somebody is pushing you over here, that's completely different. Hold on. Right? Hold on. Yeah, that's it, right? Here's my picture. Hold on. I'm gonna feel like a refresher. Didn't even bring up jujitsu. Didn't even bring up shit. Like, this is like, but they think because people are white, they're good. White people are mediocre. White people are mediocre. Exactly, right? You understand, right? But you see, is that the same push? But the whole time people are saying push, 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 push. Does Mike then go up to the kids? Okay, was he being pushed on a flat surface or was he being pushed amongst bleachers? You see, context matters. He's white. He sits there. He don't ask no damn question. So to the jury, it's like, oh, well, maybe he's being pushed on a flat surface. Because if you don't get up and say, where was he being pushed? Was he being pushed on level grounds? Or was he being pushed up the stairs? Right? Here's the actual picture, y'all. This is the picture. The tent is like row 1, row 2. The knife is at row 9, row 10. Did Mike ever explain to the jury, oh, there was a tussle, so Karmelo is running, so they started one, then he has to jump to get to row 9, row 10? He don't explain shit. And the mama's sitting there, the daddy's sitting there, and they're all sitting there. And nobody is saying, no, you need to explain. We were here first. Then they're pushing me until we get all the way to 9. Because if you explain it that way, now the jurors understand the pressure. So you mean to tell me in the rain, not only did these kids want you to leave the rain, but once you were no longer in the rain, so like row 4, row 5, when you're no longer under their tent, because the request is leave our tent. So if they pushed you out the tent and then they keep pushing you, so row 4, look at this, right? Like this, it's insane because the tent covers row 1 and row 2. Y'all see that, right? Okay, the tent is covering row 1, row 2. Okay, so if they push. Now we have row 3. Once you have row 3, what happens? They push you some more. So now we have row 5. So at 4. So now that we're row 4, you are no longer in their tent. At that moment, what are they doing? Are they pushing you some more? Because I want to know, and the jurors want to know, how did the knife end up here? Is this where you stab Austin? Because now you're stabbing Austin way further away from the tent, right? You get my point? Right? Do you guys get my point? Right? If the request is leave our tent, we push you out the tent. By the time we get to row 3, row 4, you are no longer in the tent. So tell me how you get to 9, because that's 5 extra rows. How did you get up there? Why did you get up there? What made you get up there? Because now you understand it's a relentless pursuit. They're relentless. Because now he's no longer in the tent and these people are still going. They're still going. And if Austin was stabbed, then Austin was close enough. So the moment you stabbed him, where were his hands? What was he doing? What was he saying? Did you just look into his eyes? When you looked into his eyes, what did you think he was thinking? Was he going to let you go? Was he going to keep pushing? Was he going to grab you? What did you think? Right? None of this shit was fucking explained. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the thing. Because if you don't give these jurors, they're regular people. Jurors are not lawyers. It's very possible that they want to help you, but you don't want to tell them people what was going on. So they could think you were being pushed on a flat surface. You're like, no, it's a scattered surface, concrete step, metal bleachers. Oh shit, but you didn't say nothing. It's your life. They were not there. You need to help these jurors have a clear picture of what the fuck was going on. How did your body move? How were people placed? How do you go from row 1, you end up all the way at row 9, row 10? How'd that happen? Mike don't explain it. Karmelo don't want to explain it. What are we to do? What are we to do? Well, we can't just go. I mean, they're racist, yeah, but at the same time, everything ain't racism. Because a racist person can still be objective, but if you don't even tell the racist person, it starts at row 1. We end up at row 10 because they're chasing behind me. And I'm jumping. Like you're jumping the bleachers in the rain. What the fuck is wrong with these kids? You're not explaining it. Exactly. So I don't want to explain it. If they had you in a headlock, you don't want to explain it. If they were punching on you, you don't want to explain it. Like, what? Okay, so what the fuck is going on? And all of that, his parents are here, okay? His parents are sitting here, and they're like, yo, are you going to explain that he was being chased? Are you going to explain that they pursued him? Are you going to explain they pulled his hair? His mama there, y'all. His mama's there. His dad is there. They're paying this lawyer. It's their money. Well, even if it's go money, but whatever. It's their money. It's their son. So they also have to say, we are not pleased with the way that you are explaining the story. Because from what Karmelo told us, this is what they've done to them, done to him. So why are you not explaining that? If you don't want to explain, you don't explain it. That's it. Like that shit ain't fucking hard. But I'm like, it was right there for him to win it. And I don't know what else to say. I truly do not know what else to say. But I cannot. Oh my gosh, sorry. I mean, it's insane. I think that his parents fought for him, but they didn't have the presence of mind, right? But the lawyer didn't do shit. Exactly. They would call Hunter to the stand. But even that, Hunter don't really matter anyways. Because whether you call Hunter or not doesn't matter. Karmelo needs to say what happened. But at no moment does he explain to us that when he used the knife, he had a reasonable belief that he was in fear for his life. It's very possible. You know, like in the bleachers, like if you're stuck in there, you can really be stuck in there. You can be stuck in the bleachers. Your legs can be trapped in the bleachers. So were your legs trapped in the bleachers? Because like you're jumping. So by the time you get to row 9, you're so exhausted, you can't move no more. Were you out of breath? Were you exhausted? He don't want to open his mouth. He don't want to say it. So what are we to do? They put all their trust in the lawyer. That's where they fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is insane. But I'm like, you have to, yeah. No, that's fine, Emily. Austin could have assaulted him. That's not the main issue. The main issue is, did Karmelo reasonably believe that if he didn't use deadly force, he was going to die? You understand? Because somebody can assault you, right? Somebody can assault you, but does that mean you have the right to use deadly force? It depends. But on what? Your reasonable belief, right? Makes sense? So if you don't get up there and explain your mens rea, what you reasonably believe at that time, how can anybody help you? You're not even helping yourself. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You know what I mean? So that's the thing, right? I mean, the judge might not have mercy. The only issue, the only thing we have now is to go to appeals. And this is where y'all need to be praying to Mr. Charles Hamilton. Okay? I mean, he's dead now, but y'all gonna have to pray to his spirit. That he gonna come and help you black people out. Because y'all too much. Y'all don't listen. You do not listen. Like, this is not a freaking joke. Me, I don't want to go to appeals and stuff. Train the boy. Now y'all gonna have to pray to this man. Okay? This is Mr. Charles. This is Mr. Charles Houston Hamilton, one of my icons. Okay, yeah, maybe he didn't. And ultimately, also, like the parents, they're paying for this. You have to apply pressure. But even Marlene, I was called, y'all. I called, I emailed, I texted, I DM, I sent Facebook messages. Even the Dominique guy, I called their number. I called all kinds of people. Karmelo needs to take the stand. Okay, but I'm like, what else are we supposed to do? Yeah. But I'm like, even Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand. You see? So then so she said the medical examiner said that they couldn't determine the entry of the blade, whether it was over or underhand. The medical examiner also said it's possible that Austin slipped and fell to the blade. So if Karmelo does not open his mouth, what can we do? What can we do? I don't know. But I'm like, you just open your mouth and you explain the story. It sounds reasonable. Oh, yeah, I can see how you could have died. That's it. The jury only has to be able to say, okay, reasonably, I can see how you thought you were going to die. It's not that you were absolutely going to die, but I can see how you thought you were going to die, right? It's all in the language. Okay? It's all in the language. It's, yeah, exactly. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is, like, the lawyers, they should prep you. They should prep you. They've had a whole year to prep this boy to be able to take the stand so he could explain why he reasonably believed it doesn't have to be perfect. Right? And that's what I like about the law. The law is not asking you, was it a perfect belief? Nobody can ever have a perfect belief because it's happening so fast, right? And so while it's happening so fast, do you have enough information to make the right decision? The answer is no. Oh, he got 35 years. I don't know what he got. I truly don't know, right? I have no idea, right? But then that's why I'm like, that's why you have to take the stand. Because only you can explain what you reasonably believe. Because we also have to be very clear and understand self-defense does not automatically mean the right to kill, right? Defending yourself doesn't mean you automatically have to go kill people now, right? You see this? You see this kind of game? See this kind of game, right? When all you have, okay, you see this kind of game? At 18 years old, 35 years. You see this kind of game? You see this kind of game where people are just sitting here playing a stupid game when all you have to do is take the stand. And now, how much you want to bet he wants to take the stand now? How much you want to bet he wants to take the stand? How much you want to bet now his mom and dad, oh my gosh, he should take the stand, he should take the stand. There you go. There you go. There you go. Put your hands in. Go continue to go hire these white attorneys. Continue to hire these white lawyers. Continue to believe that white people know everything. Continue to believe that the whites are so smart. The whites are this, the whites are the savior, the whites. Continue. But Marlene, honestly, I did everything I could. Truly and honestly, I really said, I did everything I could. I truly did. I'm at peace. I don't know. I did everything I could. I called everybody. I messaged everybody. I emailed everybody. Everybody. To go in there and to see your son is facing a first-degree murder charge. And the lawyer goes in there after the prosecution had a whole week to themselves. They call over 21 people. You are sitting there. You're Black American. I'm not from here. You're Black American. You're not going to tell this lawyer, keep going. Just do it again. No. He does one day, and then he rests his case. Something so serious. Another teenager is dead. And this lawyer is telling you all he needs is one day. And that sits well in your spirit. Right? That sits perfectly well in your spirit. Because you think reasonable doubt is enough. Okay, no problem. Right? No, it's not unfair, Lonnie. It is not unfair. It's not unfair. Because everything worked to it. It's not unfair. They chose to listen to that white man. Because he's God. He knows it all with his skinny ass. They chose to listen to him. But even they themselves, the way they heard stuff in the court, the man answered the question as to why Karmelo had to use deadly force at that moment. The force was deadly. What is the reason? Not saying I don't believe him, but it doesn't matter. I'm not a jerk. These people here, your life is in your whole life is in their hands. And you choose not to tell them what happened that day. Okay, no problem. Yeah. He chose not to tell his side. Because me, Marlene, the way I'm going to tell y'all everything that happened, I'm going to even tell you what I ate for breakfast. Y'all crazy. You are truly crazy. Okay? That's really crazy. So I'm like, he needs to like I said, the next thing is to go to the appeals. And hopefully, by God's grace, there's something in like the way the court was ran, the way the jury was picked. There's something in there that can be argued at the appeals court. I don't know if you got modded and blocked or not. I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. Right? That's it. That's that. Makes sense? But I'm like, don't think about the appeals. Treat your case like there's no plan A. Right? But the issue is what's the issue? Whether it's Diddy also, like, I mean, there's a trend here with Black American people. Black American people don't like to stand up for themselves. Right? They're so afraid. What are you afraid for? I even told you Diddy should have taken the case. Take the stand. Because only Diddy could explain what him and Cassie had going on. Because it sounds crazy. Only Diddy could have explained what a freak off really was. It's not 12 hours worth of sex. Right? If they're going to convict you anyways, the moment you realize they're going to convict you anyways, just go. Just go. Like talk. I'm such a crazy person. I beat her all the time. That's why you only got one video. Explain what happened that day. Right? But you're fine. You can stay with this one. Okay? Right? But I'm like, he chose not to take the stand. Jonathan Majors, you are the one seen on camera running away from this white girl. You don't want to take the stand? And he still got convicted. They don't learn. I don't know what to tell y'all. Right? Karmelo, you see all these white kids who stab, kill, shoot in self-defense, and they take the stand. No, I'm not going to take the stand. Okay. Well, I mean, what else are we supposed to do? And they all go get white lawyers. All these white lawyers do them dirty. You'll see next is Pushaisi. He went and got, the first lawyer was white. He fucked up his bond. He didn't learn shit. He went and got more white lawyers. They're going to fuck up his shit too. Right? And then you'll see when he goes, it doesn't even matter if he's friends with the judge. Doesn't matter. They should have planned for all of that. And that's why he should have taken the stand. Now, maybe at appeals, it might count for something. I don't know. Right? But my point is, when you have a chance to fight for your life, when people are saying this whole case breaks or makes itself based on what you have to say, right? What was your reasonable belief at the time? And you say, oh, I don't want to talk. Okay. So when the jury goes back in there, they still don't know. So the jury could say, yes, Austin had no right to push you. It's assault. Yes, you didn't have to retreat. Yes, you had the right to defend yourself. But the same question kept being, everybody was saying it. Why did you have to use deadly force? And for Mike to not even understand that part is crazy to me. And Karmelo, his parents, he needs to explain to people at that time, what was his reasonable belief? What was his reasonable belief? Oh, I'm not going to talk. Oh, because my lawyer said I shouldn't talk. It's not him who's facing these charges. And if the case doesn't work out, it's not him who's going to go to thing, right? Oh, you, Susie, shut up. You're dumbass, right? You fucking witch. Go eat crow, okay? Do you get me? Make sense? So that's the thing. Like you, I mean, we'll see. I don't know at appeals if that counts for something. I don't know. I'm not an appellate lawyer. I'm not even a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a regular person. So I'm like, for me as a regular person, if I myself, I understand why. I do. But it doesn't matter. I'm not in the jury. You have to make it clear to these people why at that moment you had to use deadly force. It's not that you cannot use deadly force. You can. However, if you do use deadly force, you have to explain to the jury why you reasonably believe that deadly force was necessary. And if you don't properly explain that to the jury, and then your lawyer said, well, I rest my case. Well, they still have questions. Why is he resting his case? Right? Because we can cover the part that you were there legally. You are a track student. You were there legally. We can cover the part that you were not there committing a crime, besides including a minor traffic violation. Fine. We can cover the fact that you don't have a duty. You have no duty to retreat. We covered that. However, did the force have to be deadly? If you say yes, juror, the force has to be deadly, then the juror says, okay, Karmelo, tell me why. Because I need to make sure that you had a reasonable belief as to why you had to use deadly force, right? Because every act of self-defense does not require deadly force. And so in a whole year, Mike is not able to explain that to his family. Mike is not able to explain that to Karmelo, right? You have the right to stand your ground. You have the right to defend yourself. If you were there legally, you have the right to be there. However, did they properly explain to the jury at that very moment, why did Karmelo have to use deadly force? And unless he opens his mouth to tell us or to tell them, because I'm not a juror, right? How can they help him? You know, because it's very possible that, let's even assume like 10 jurors just hated him. Oh, you're black, you're a nigga, like Susie over here, right? You're YN, you're a nigga. You know, she's a racist, the Susie lady, right? Assume you have like 10 Susies. That's fine. No one gives a fuck, right? Because you need 12 people to agree. But if there are 2 people, even one person who hears your story and says, you know what, to me, that sounds reasonable. It's not that I want Austin dead, but I can't even sit here and deny. If it was me, if it was my son or anybody that I love, and they were in that position at that exact moment, even I would say, do what you got to do. Right? You, Susie, you're so stupid. You're really dumb. I'm going to block you from my channel. You're a fucking idiot. No one is denying a murder. You're so stupid. That has been covered since the beginning. You're so dumb. The boy said he did it. It's not alleged I did it. So, oh, it's a murder. Well, duh, bitch. Somebody's dead. Like, you Irish people, are you drunk again? You ate crow again, right? That you don't know that. You do not know that. But I'm glad you brought it up, because it's very possible that a juror could have said, just like what she said, right? Oh, but he pushed you. He didn't have a weapon. There you go. So that's a valid question. No, like, you know, I mean, this right here, she's right. It's very possible that one juror could say, yeah, he's bigger than you, right? Yeah, he pushed you, but he didn't have a deadly weapon. You see? So even Mike should have thought about that. Mike also should have thought about that, right? No, I mean, y'all decide what y'all want to do to her ass. It's up to y'all, right? Makes sense? But she's asking a valid question. Because somebody could say, he used his bare hands and he pushed you, right? You come back with the knife. So once again, there's a dissonance. And that's why Karmelo needs to explain it. And that's why Mike also had to make sure he explained it. And they chose not to explain it. You are absolutely low IQ. Oh, girl, you're a dumbass. You're freaking Irish. You fucking girl, you worm shitting bitch. right? You're known for eating crow. Go get drunk, sis. You could never compete with me. Are you kidding? And I'm sure even your kids are dumb. Let's go all the way there. You have all this time to be obsessed with a 17-year-old. I know your kids ain't doing shit in life. You're more concerned about the Karmelo case than raising your own kids. You're a fucking bum. You all the way there? You're a dumb bitch. You think being white, you think because you're white make you smart? You're a fucking idiot. You are a blunt ass idiot, right? Did you even go to college? You're a drunk ass. Go somewhere, stupid. But anyways, you guys, that's besides the point. Y'all decide what y'all want to do to her. It's up to y'all. Y'all decide. Right? I could care less what you decide to do to her. Okay? But you understand my point? So it's like, yeah, she has a list for black people, all that kind of, I have a list of, she's a fucking idiot. She's a low IQ dumb bitch. And then she's obsessed with my channel. Like, it's so weird. Okay? Like, she's really stupid. She's very dumb. Like Esther, she couldn't even afford to go to med school. Like, don't even waste your time with her. She couldn't even afford. Like, you think her dad had 2 pennies to rub together to even send her to community college? Like, please, her dad's probably an Irish drunk failure out here robbing and stealing. She's freaking Irish. Don't waste your time. But anyways, right? You get my point, right? You have to make sure that people understand that. And I think when you're a lawyer too, that's what you have to explain to people. The issue is not whether or not you have the right to defend yourself. But we also have to understand that self-defense does not automatically mean use deadly force, because at that point we'd be in trouble. Okay? The question is, when you decided to use deadly force, was it a reasonable belief? Did you have a reasonable belief? And only you can explain that. So for me, what I'm saying is they had a whole year to see that even Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand, so-and-so took the stand, right? A lot of people who kill people took the stand. So for him, here, you see, here's Kyle. Kyle actually took the stand. Right? Here he is. Hold on. Let's see. And you see? You see? And like they had a whole year to plan for this. If Kyle had guns, like that dude was out here with the guns, right? Just shooting people who were unarmed. He shot people who were unarmed. But he took the stand and he explained what he felt like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, they didn't study all of this? They did not study this? Like, you're just going to put white people are racist, but we're going to put our son's future in the hands of a white man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? I do not know what to tell you. But here is Kyle. He took the stand. So let's see what he says.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side. And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski. And there were three people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
That's what I run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break.
Why couldn't Karmelo do this? Why couldn't he do this? They had a year. And I told y'all, he needed to go take the stand. Because only you can explain your reasonable belief. Nobody else can explain that for you. So to have a lawyer, and the lawyer didn't tell you that, right? The lawyer also didn't tell him he was facing 35 years. He didn't tell him he was facing 35 years. But I'm like, they had a whole year. They could have watched all these cases. They could have studied all kinds of cases involving self-defense with like a deadly force, whatever. What the people who get acquitted, what do they usually do? They take the stand. Because it doesn't have to be perfect. And that's so beautiful. The fact that you're not required to have an absolute fear is the reason why you should take the stand. Right? Well, that's the thing. They don't want to take the stand. They want to take the stand. It just has to be reasonable. It will have to be a reasonable fear. So let us know why it was reasonable. You don't want to talk. We're just supposed to assume. Nobody's going to assume. Like I said, it's very possible that like, no, he was there legally. He was assaulted. Austin pushed him, didn't have the right to push him, right? Karmelo didn't have the right to retreat, and Karmelo had the right to self-defense. However, did Karmelo have the right to use deadly force? And this is where him and his lawyer chose not to talk. So then I'm like, okay. So then how do you want the jury to vote in your favor and give you an acquittal? Right? So now, by God's, oh shit. So now, by God's grace, you're black people. God has mercy on y'all. And by going to the appeals court, he finds favor there. It's very, very stupid. But I've made peace with black people at times. I've made peace. You see? Even Mr. Chow, right? Even Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow also told you what? Compare Mr. Chow. Think about the Mr. Chow case. They're so out here so busy being emotional, boycotting the Asians, whatever. Think about the Mr. Chow case. What did Mr. Chow say he saw? He said he saw a gun. Right? What did Mr. Chow say he saw? He said he saw a gun. There you go. Mr. Chow said, I saw a gun pointed at my son. I said, put it down, put it down, put it down. It seemed like you weren't going to put it down. I was afraid. I shot the kid. Right? That sounds more reasonable. Right? If you say somebody pushed you with their bare hands, right? And then you grab the knife and then you stab the person. It doesn't sound reasonable until you explain why it's not so unreasonable. But off the rip, it does sound unreasonable. So he pushes you. Let's assume he pushed you once and then you stabbed him. Only you can provide context. You don't want to explain it. Did he push you multiple times? Was he pushing you up the stair? Like he pushes and pushes and pushes. You don't want to explain. You do not want to explain. So then what is the jury supposed to do? They can say, yes, Karmelo was there legally. Karmelo had the right. He had the right not to retreat. He had the right to defend himself. But they might be stuck on, did he have the right to use deadly force? And his lawyer, y'all can get the transcript when they come out, right? But did the lawyer clearly convey why the use of deadly force was necessary? Not just the self-defense. You have the right to defend yourself, right? But did you have the right to use deadly force in order to defend yourself? Was your life at risk? And he rests the case. That's why he came and blamed the jury. It's not even fair to blame the jury. You gotta look at Mike. You rest your case without properly explaining to people why he had to use deadly force. Because at that moment, that was the only option, because it was either him or Austin. And the reason why it was either him or Austin, because it looked like this, and that. They were like, oh shit, I could see it. But that was never done. And like I said, once again, the parents were sitting there. They were all sitting there. Karmelo also sitting there. Right? So I'm like, everything that happened, you don't want to tell your side. You don't even want to try to attempt to tell your side. Given the fact that it doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to be reasonable. You don't want to open your mouth. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. So because I'm like, you can't always be mad at people. Oh, they're racist. I mean, they could be racist. But you make it a lot harder for a racist person to not be objective if you don't go and explain to the people why exactly you had to use deadly force. And I'm sure, and I hope you guys understand this, right? In case you ever have to use deadly force, I pray you don't, but in case you ever have to use deadly force, you have to really explain why. I was in fear for my life. Why were you afraid of your life, for your life? What was happening then? What did it do? How was it going? Right? Because if they were pushing you and beating you for 10, 15 minutes, right? OJ took the stand. Are you serious? No way. Let me see. No, he didn't testify. I don't know. He didn't testify. He did that shit. Okay, he didn't testify. But the thing also about in a civil trial. But the thing about OJ also, OJ had the Johnny Cochran. Okay, that's Johnny Cochran, baby. That's Johnny Cochran, boo. And Johnny Cochran had mad lawyers also. Like they were crazy. That's the dream team, right? But yeah, you tried on the glove. There you go, right? Yeah. So it's like it's not even admission of guilt. It's not like he's guilty, but only he can explain what his mindset was at that moment. And if he doesn't want to talk, he doesn't want to explain it. And I'm telling you, like tonight, the whole day, he was like, why didn't I take the stand? Why didn't I take the stand? Why didn't I take the stand? There you go. Why didn't you take the stand? Right? And the thing is, if you really acted in self-defense and you were truly in fear for your life, you have nothing to fear, right? You got to tell people, this is why I was afraid for my life. It's not that I wanted to kill Austin, but I was simply afraid for my life. I really wish that they would have played out differently, but it's like the way they were coming after me, I ran. It's very possible that he ran. He don't want to say anything. So what are we to do? I'm really confused, right? But it's like these are the games. Like it's the game. These are the rules, and you have to understand the odds. So when you sit with your lawyer, you at the end of the day, he's like, do this and that, but it's also your life because he's not going to be the one going to jail with you. He's not going to be the one remanded to the Bureau of Prison. This stuff is real. Because I'm sure when it happened, they just took him right then and there. They just take you when you're found guilty. Then they take you to the back. Because you trusted this white lawyer. You got to make up your mind. If white people are racist, make up your mind. If white people are racist, stop going to white people to be your attorneys. If the whites are racist, do not put your child's life in the hands of a white person. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. Because to me, also, their work ethic is quite mediocre anyways. It's not a very thorough people, right? I wouldn't do it. But how many black people you've seen have a white lawyer? They go straight to prison, right? The only maybe like Mike, what's his name, Steele? Okay, sure. But I'm like, the vast majority who get these white lawyers, they go to prison, right? Because they're not that good. They'll take your money. They'll BS you. They won't train you. They won't get you ready for trial. They won't properly explain to you, hey, if it, like, we might have these juries on our side. Like, even like, I'm going to tell you this too, right? I'm gonna tell you this, right? Even when you are, that's what I would do. If I was a defense attorney, this is what I would do. I would hire people, like I would have my staff also come to the trial with me and say, you look at 6 people, you have 6 jurors. Like we're gonna split the jurors in half. You focus on the juror, this A and B and A, right? Every time I talk, take notes. Do they seem to like me? Do they seem to like when I say this? Do they not like something? I want to know everything. When the prosecution goes up, notice everything. Tell me, because then I can kind of sit down and be like, I can kind of see who's on my side and I can kind of see who I've not won over yet. You know what I mean? You kind of have to, it's not going to be perfect, but you should have a way to gauge the jury. And because you're busy being a lawyer because you have to know what you have to interject to, right? So like you need to have people in the pew out there who are looking at the jury and say, hey, when you talk, they said this. When you use this word, I can kind of see them flinch. When you were talking about this, I can kind of see them leaning in, right? Things like that. So then that also helps you. Like you prepare your client, right? I have to prepare you to take the stand. Like Marlene, I will never say, oh, you are never going to take the stand. I don't know. I do not know. Okay. And the sad part is that too many lawyers, point blank period, are liberal arts major. I keep telling y'all this. These liberal arts majors are problematic because liberal art majors, they just go off of vibes. We feel. Fuck that shit. What do you actually know? And that's when math comes in, probability comes in, physics come in. Stop playing with me, okay? But I'm like, you should kind of gauge the jury. So before I rest my case, I'm going to ask my people. If I have 2, 3 people, so if it's 3, it's even better. So if you're 3 people, everybody has 4 jurors. Keep an eye on them. And see if they notice when I do this, how they feel. When I use this word, how do they feel? Same thing for the prosecution. And then later on, I can create a model. And it will tell me kind of like who's on my side, who's completely on the other side, and who's in between. Then I can say, okay, what could I assume they still want to know? Before I rest my case, I need to know what's going on with these people. But I'm not resting my case if I am not sure that I have enough people that they can at least give me a mistrial or hung jury. Y'all gonna fight in there, okay? But to just rest your case like that, did you have anybody in the pew looking at the jury, trying to get you some feedback? What are you doing? Right? But I'm pretty sure he's also a liberal arts major. They're like these people, man, they're crazy. Okay? So he was found guilty. They gave him 35 years. And I hope this serves as a lesson to anybody who finds themselves in a self-defense case where you use deadly force. You have to understand, self-defense does not automatically grant you the right to kill someone. But if you do kill someone, you have to explain why you had a reasonable belief that if you didn't do this, you were going to die. And it's not the time for you, so I'm not going to talk reasonable doubt, one through one now, because they still need to know. They still need to know why you had a reason. And even Mr. Chow, it's very possible that Mr. Chow didn't take the stand because Mr. Chow said he saw a gun. And if I'm not mistaken, they saw a gun or they found a gun on the young man. So it kind of corroborated what he was saying. Oh, well, he saw a gun. Okay, those can really hurt people. But in the case of Karmelo, we're looking at like a push, a fist, like fist or push compared to a knife. Okay, so you have to explain to people why you have to use that knife to balance out the fight or whatever it is, right? If you don't explain that, it's going to be a big problem, right? And this is where we are. So I'm telling you, do not be emotional. Learn from this. It's really hard to hear 35 years, right? But it's very possible by God's grace, he's not going to do 35 years, okay? He's not no hardcore criminal. It's his first time doing something. They're doing too much. It's also very possible that he can get a case in appeals. But this is why they had a year to plan all of that. And to me, it's I don't know what the fuck they were doing. So I can't also get too emotional if you consider like everything that's on the line and you do not take this, you don't prepare accordingly for a whole year. He's not ready to take the stand. You only want to have one day. You rest your case after one day. It's like, what the fuck are the people doing? And on top of that, his parents are right there. So they also could have said, no, he's not the only child. He's he's the first one. He's the firstborn, right? But I'm like, the parents also right there. Speak up. If you feel like, oh, you haven't covered this, like, because you know things because Karmelo's told you things. So if you feel like he's not properly giving the picture, he's not properly explaining what was being done to Karmelo as his parents, you have to hold this lawyer accountable because you're paying for the service. You are paying for this. You are paying him to represent your son. And if you feel like he's not doing a great job based on what Karmelo has told you, there are 21 white kids coming in here from Memorial High School. I don't know what y'all doing. When Eddie came in there and Eddie took the stand and Eddie now starts acting like you don't know your son, everybody should have been, oh shit, they're colluding. Karmelo, you have to take the stand. It probably is not ideal, but shit, you got to. You had until Saturday night, until Monday morning to prep to prep this boy. People chose not to do it. So I'm like, at some point, what would you? I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna cry because me personally, I made as many videos as possible for the love of God. I did so many videos, like my throat even hurts. Right? I never took my videos down, and I will never take my videos down because I truly believe that he felt like he had to use deadly force. I really do. However, it's still up to him to convey that to the juror. He chose not to do it. His lawyer also chose not to convey to the juror why the use of deadly force was necessary. I texted his mom. I left a voice note. I called her on Instagram. I even up until like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, I was sending her messages. I reached out to his dad. I sent a voice note to his dad. I begged his dad. I reached out to his uncle, the one who played for LSU. I sent him, even since Sunday, I was begging him. I used both of my accounts. Send him all kinds of DM. Beg the man, please, your nephew has to take the stand. Please talk to Drew. I said, Dre, please talk to Drew. Beg Drew. Karmelo needs to take the stand. I found his grandmother, Miss Anna. I found his granddad, Mr. Anthony. Y'all, I was all over Facebook, Instagram, Threads, just trying to wake up these Black people. I said, you don't know me from a can of paint, but I'm telling you from where I stand, the question of deadly force has not been clearly answered. I emailed the lawyer. I sent like 3 or 4 or 5 emails with the questions. I called the lawyer on Monday. I called them twice. The third time they blocked. When they said he was not going to testify, I called them. They blocked my number. Okay. Right. But you get to a point, you say to yourself, Lord, seriously, I did everything. Like everything that's like I could do in my flesh, I really did do it. But at the end of the day, Karmelo, you're a football player. When somebody says ready, set, hut, you got to go. And that's what taking the stand was. You're a running back. Somebody says ready, set, hut. You grab that ball, you take it home. It's your life. It's your life. It's not his life. It's not your mother's life. It's not your father's life. It is your life. And you need to look at this law. It's on Google. It's not that hard, right? And did you have a reasonable fear for your life that if you did not take this act, Austin was going to kill you? Because that's what it is. If you didn't do this, Austin would have killed you, right? It doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to be reasonable. But when you choose not to take the stand, you answer that question for no one. And now when it's time to deliberate, you are left, you leave a jury, even if there's one or two people who want to fight for you. How can they fight for you when you yourself, it seems like you're not fighting for yourself, right? The belief is not absolute. The belief is not perfect. The belief has to be reasonable. Had you explained that, hey, this is this, like, even tell your lawyer, like your lawyer could have done the what's it called? The damn office mask, right? They keep talking about the office mask and stuff like that. The lawyer could have printed this out. They could have had a big printout in the courthouse. How much is the printout for all the money y'all raised? This isn't a problem, right? But my point is, what is it? The lawyer could have had a big printout, and then Karmelo can start walking people through stuff. So Karmelo, where did it start? When you first saw Eddie, when Eddie called you over, right, and you walked up to him, looking at this picture, tell me where you first met him. What row? Give me a row number, approximately. Okay, so you dap him up. Then what happens? Tell me what happened next. Oh, we sat down. Where did you sit? Row 1, row 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Where did you sit? Right? If Karmelo says, I think somewhere around row 1 and row 2. Okay. Now, Karmelo, the knife was found row 9 and 10. How did it get there? Tell the jury, how did you get there? Right? Explain it. Because now if you understand that, people are chasing him out the tent. They keep pushing. He's jumping bleachers. Oh shit, it's a different kind of pressure. It wasn't just a push. But what they did is what Mike did. Mike left it on the floor as if it was just a push. And because of the push, it's a like, and also you can think that it's a push on a flat surface. No, it's not. It is not. It's a push on a staggered surface with metal bleachers, concrete steps, and rain all over the place. He could have even asked Karmelo, how much rain was it that day? A little bit of rain, downpour, in between. Explain that to me, right? Nobody's explaining the rain. We're just left to assume it rained. It rained how? It rained a little. It rained lightly. It was drizzling. It was pouring. Like it was like raining cats and dogs. Tell the people, how badly was it raining? They don't want to explain it. These are people who speak English. It's their first language. I'm from Africa, okay? But this shit ain't fucking hard, okay? So you see him, you see Eddie, he calls you over, you dap him up. When you first sat down with Eddie, did Eddie ever told you that the coach said nobody from their tent, from a different school, should be under the tent? Did Eddie tell you that, yes or no? Okay. So when you were there, was Austin and Hunter there already? Or tell me, where was Hunter, what's the name, Austin and Hunter? Where were they located? You see how all these questions could have helped everybody? You see? And that's why me personally, for as much as I can't stand white people, I don't think it's fair to just run to say, oh, the jurors are racist. I don't agree with that part. Because there's so much more that Mike could have done. And given the fact that Kayla and Drew are paying top dollar for this man, Kayla and Drew should be like, no, they need to understand the sequence of events that led to that moment. Otherwise, people can reasonably feel that Austin pushes you, you grab a knife, you stab him in the chest. It's left up to perception until you open your mouth and you bring clarity, you bring context, you bring a timeline. So how long were you and Eddie talking for? The moment you start your conversation with Eddie, did anybody object? Or do people start objecting only after Austin and Hunter show up? Explain that to us, right? Okay, explain to, like, what time you think it was. Have the boy give you a timeline. At what time do you think Eddie called you over? At what time do you think you reached to Eddie? At what time do you think you sat down and started talking to Eddie? At what time do you think Austin and Hunter showed up? Were they there? If not, at what time do you think they showed up? When they showed up, how did they accost you? If you could gauge the tone of voice, how was the tone of voice? Was it friendly? Was it kind? Was it aggressive? Was it threatening? Okay. So how long were they asking you for to leave? Did they gently ask you to leave? What? Explain the thing. Okay. Now, when Austin proceeds to push you, right? What happened that led to him pushing you? How did it make you feel when he pushed you? Did you think you were going to be okay? Did you feel like, oh, he just wants me out of here, nothing more? Or did you feel like he was pushing you because he wanted more? And if he wanted more, what was the more according to you? Right? Now, once he pushes you, where does he start pushing you? Does he find you at row 1 and he push you into row 2? Is that what happened? Okay. Then once he pushes you to row 2, because I'm still trying to understand, how did y'all get up there with the 9? Did y'all ever get there with the row number 9, row number 10? Okay. So explain to me, how did you guys get up there? How did you get up there? And as you're getting up there, where's Austin? Where is Hunter? Is anybody else part of the people chasing you out the tent? Explain their body. Explain where everybody is located, right? You print this up. You make this thing big. Because now when you have a big-ass picture here, the jury can say, oh, yeah. Oh, so we start here and we end up over here. Yeah, now I want to know. How the fuck you get up there? Okay? People want a story. Juries are like the rest of us. Okay? What happened? How'd you get there? Who did what to who? They're regular people. You got to give them a story, because once they immerse themselves in the story, they're like, oh shit, this was going to get deadly. And the moment the jurors by themselves can say, oh shit, this shit right here is going to get deadly. Because at this point, it's no longer a request to leave the tent. This is turning into something else. Because how do you guys go from row 1 all the way to row number 10, 12, 13? How'd y'all get up there? How did y'all get up there? Right? Exactly. And then might do that. This don't even cost more than $50. They could have gone to Office Depot, Office Max. You print this shit super big. Go to FedEx. You put that shit on a fucking easel. Let them see it. What's so hard about that? Right? Even the bleachers, they could have gone somewhere. Yeah. They could have gone somewhere and bought some sample bleachers. Let the jury see what bleachers look like. The edges and all of that. Let them see it. Where are we going? I mean, we got time today. The prosecution took a week. I might take 2 weeks. The fuck? Okay? I'm gonna bring out some bleacher expert. Sir, explain the bleacher to me, right? And I'm like, okay, I will find the exact me. Do you know me? Do you guys know me? When I tell you, I will find the people who built this damn stadium, and I'm gonna go order a sample of the exact bleacher. And I will bring somebody from the construction company or the architect. Is this the same bleacher? That's the same model, right? There you go. Karmelo, stay right there. Okay? Show me where your body was placed on this damn bleacher. Were you on top of the bleacher? In between the bleacher? By the time you get to bleacher 9, you get to bleacher 10. Where are your feet? Where are your feet? Are your feet on top of the bleacher? Or are your feet in between the bleachers? Right? It matters. And the more you explain the stuff, oh shit. But to just leave it at, oh, it's a fight over a tent. You don't want to leave the tent. Somebody pushes you. You grab a knife, you stab him in the heart. Do you see how it's hard to say, oh, well, that's kind of crazy, right? I mean, because I guess if you find guilty, that's what comes with it, right? Okay, that's it. But even that too, his parents should have known that. So by God's grace, the best thing by God's grace, it's possible to file for ineffective counsel, right? But it depends, because sometimes also if you don't take the stand, they might say, hey, it was the strategy of you and your lawyer and you agreed, right? And that's what people have to understand that, right? It is your life. It is your life. And as you're sitting there, ask yourself, am I getting everything I paid for? And him telling you, oh, as long as they can't prove reasonable doubt. Nah, motherfucker. Okay, that's one thing. It's nice, but what else are you gonna do? Right? What else are you gonna do? You understand? And it's a real question, because these are the rules. You have to prove that when you did it, you had a reasonable belief that you feared for your life, and if you didn't do that, he would have killed you. So the mom is there, the dad is there, the family's there, the cousin, like everybody's there, the lawyer's there. I mean, even Karmelo's there. And does he feel like the lawyer adequately conveyed to the jury why the fear was deadly? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we'll get the transcript. We'll see. We'll get the transcript, right? But my point is, it's like, you have to understand that. You have to make it know. You have to make it well understood that what you were facing was deadly. Yeah, you get me, right, Lala? See, Lala gets me. You have to make it, because that's what they want to know. It's because the way it is like it was either him or me. That is fine. No one is even saying you're lying. But why did it come down to a point where it was either you or him? That's it. And it only has to be reasonable. It does not have to be perfect, right? Oh, but why did you bring a knife to school? I don't just go to school. I work a job. I work 2 jobs. That's a small problem. That knife question is enough. The knife question doesn't even matter. Because to sit here and to act like the only deadly object that day was the knife is ridiculous. The question is, why did you feel like you had to use deadly force? How does deadly force become a great equalizer, right? Yeah, how does deadly force become a great equalizer? Because that's what we're saying, right? And like, you guys don't try to be mean to Austin, hate Austin. No, you have to see it from the jury. Because if they don't have a clear picture, what does this sound like? Right? Like us right here, and y'all also gotta understand this, right? Like if you follow me and you've been doing this Karmelo thing with me, right? We have such a good picture because I've given you a lot of detail, right? If I was not good at this, even y'all will be confused as well. You understand? We spent so many hours from boxers to jiu-jitsu experts to this, and that, right? So to us, we understand why he was afraid for his life. Now ask yourself, the stuff I do here on my YouTube, did Mike do the same shit in the courtroom? There you go. There you go. There you go. You don't know that. You do not know that. But you are left to assume that because he chose not to speak. Right? So like you see what White Jodeci said, yep, there was no fight. I mean, there's a scuffle. I mean, there was a fight. It went from a push to a stabbing. You see, right? There you go. So even the fact that people are still left feeling that way, what does that tell you about Mike? What does that tell you about Mike? Right? Because even assume that white people are racist. They don't want Karmelo to win. They're mad because Austin won. But white people who are racist, even they themselves, if you properly explain what happened that day, how you go from row 1 all the way to row 9, even the whites who are racist, some of the whites who are racist will say, you know what? I didn't know all of this. I'm sorry. Because initially when I heard it, you come into a tent, you're asked to move, someone push you, you grab a knife, you stab the person. That's what it sounds like to a lot of people. A year later, a trial after the fact, some people still feel like it was a fight over a tent. Yes, we concede that Austin pushed you, but did you have to use deadly force because of that push? And if people are still left feeling that way, what does that tell you about Mike? You see? And that's why I say, you cannot go around cussing out the white people. Y'all need to go cuss out Mike. Because had he done his job right, and had he trained Karmelo right, a lot of these white people are like, you know what? For as much as I didn't want to like you, I did not even know. It starts at row 1. Y'all end up all the way at row 10 over there. They don't even know that because it was never brought up. And if you say we start at row 1, they push. I'm jumping, like stop. I'm jumping, getting pushed. I'm jumping. By the time I got to row 9, row 10, I was out of breath. I couldn't jump no more. People were like, oh yeah, these are definitely bleachers of the fucking stadium. Okay. I was out of breath. So I'm telling him stop. That's why I said touch me, see what happens. Because at that point, I'm tired of running. The boy chose not to open his mouth. You understand? Right? Because if he said, I jump, you jump, like, damn, that boy's strong. But he got to a point, that's row 9, row 10, he was out of breath. I couldn't do it. And at that point, I'm like, yo, these people are relentless. And Eddie left me, put that in there. Eddie abandoned me. So at that point, it's just me. The man who invites me now turns his back on me. I'm jumping. I get to row 10. By the time I jumped into 10, my legs are trapped. I'm like, oh shit, where the fuck am I gonna go? There you go. I looked over here. I saw the concrete step. I said, motherfucker, this man pushed me. I'm dead. I'm rolling down them steps because you see, even the knife is at the edge, right? Go look at the police report. Look at the police report. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I don't. Look at the police report. You see? Y'all need to go look at Mike. Don't go out here insulting people for nothing. Okay? Look at the police report. Where is it? No, I have it. Hold on. Right? Okay, you see this? Right? Where's the knife? Where's the knife? Read this thing carefully. Officer Charles was able to locate the knife. It was located between rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle, partially open. So see, so he's right there. Like, so where Karmelo was standing, he's standing right next to the steps. Right? That's why the knife was right near the opening. You don't want to open your mouth, Abi. How can we know? How can we know? Because if you're saying I'm standing right there, like I have one foot inside the bleacher, my other foot is on the steps. I'm wearing my fucking cleats. I jumped as much as I could have fucking jumped. I look to my left. I see them step. I said, this boy pushes me here, and he big. He big. I ain't never seen nobody that big before, okay? If this dude pushes me down here, it's over for me. And then he's coming towards me. I'm looking at the steps. My legs are like wobbling the damn cleats. I said, what the fuck? Like at that moment, I just saw my life flashing before my eyes. You're done. You're acquitted. It's over. That's it. That's all he had to do. And Mike had a year to prep this boy. Even from Saturday until Monday, me, Marlene, he wouldn't have slept. Go ask Trey. Oh, I wish. Trey. Go ask Trey. When Trey has exams, he will not sleep. You think it's a joke? You're going there, you're getting straight A's. And I tell my son, leave nothing on the table. Go ask Trey. When he gets like a 90, a 92, I said, what happened to the other points? I tell my son, one thing with you, you're not greedy enough. You're not greedy. Me, Marlene, the knife is right next to the steps. You don't want to explain that? How did the knife get right there? Because Karmelo was probably right there. So maybe like one foot is on the concrete step. Another foot is stuck between the bleacher. Boys are, oh, what the fuck? If these fuckers push me, it's over for me. That's all you had to say. Leave nothing on the table. Mike goes in there. He left the dinner. He left the soup. He left the appetizer. He left a tip. This fucker don't leave. He go to a restaurant. He order the food. Don't eat the food. And he leave a tip. That's what the fuck he did. That's what the fuck he did. And I pray to God that it's possible for Karmelo to file for ineffective counsel. Okay? Bunch of bullshit. It's right there, you guys. It's right there. How did they get from row 1 all the way to row 10? It was never explained. Kayla's sitting there. Drew's sitting there. You're not going to say, hold up, these people don't chase my son. And not once did you mention they don't chase my son all the way up there and he was wearing cleats. Nothing is said. You could have even had cleats to people going to see the cleats, because when you're standing on cleats, or even the track shoes, some track shoes also, they barely have a sole. Let's talk about the shoes he had on that day, because your shoes have to do with your balance. Your balance on flat ground, steady ground, dry ground. And it's not the same as wetness. It's not the same. But for us to leave this place, you rest your case. You're fucking resting your case. And nobody knows how we go from row 1 to all the way over here. How did we go from over here all the way to over here, right? And not once did this fucker explain that shit. So like, no, do not go attack these white people. And of course, they have their victory lap. They're really happy, whatever, because all they wanted was a guilty conviction. So let them have it. It's the game. It's the game. You got to look at fucking Mike. Got to look at Mike. Because did Mike clearly explain to people why deadly force was necessary? The answer is no. And fortunately for you guys, for as much as you want to cuss out the white people, we cuss them out, but you have to understand, at the end of the day, Karmelo's mom and his dad were comfortable with Mike being responsible for their son's life. They made that choice. And now they're also going to have to live with that. Because I even know something so serious anyways, they should have shopped around different lawyers anyways. It should have been a white lawyer, a black lawyer, and a Korean, and Asian, because Asian people, they're very thorough. Black people, they're great storytellers. The white man, he might catch technicalities. Got to have a little bit of everything. Diversity matters, where it counts, it does matter, right? So that's it. Exactly. And then he left a tip on top of that. Oh, I'm going to just talk for one day and then close my case. You crazy? Are you all the way crazy? And when I heard he closed his case, Karmelo was not testifying. I took my phone. I called him back. The man they blocked my number. Exactly. This is crazy. This is crazy. Exactly. This is freaking crazy. So like I said, by God's grace, it's possible to file for ineffective counsel. Because the mere fact that you did not explain to people how we go from row 1 to row 9 and row 10. You know what I'm saying? Karmelo, he's like 17, 18, like he's in the fucking days, whatever. But like if mom and dad had said, Karmelo, you're taking the fucking stand. You see me, especially me, even they probably even should go for a black woman lawyer. They no black woman criminal lawyer. You know, like me, if I had my license, this boy is coming home tonight. What are we talking about? What are we? And I would have had him study everybody. He would have studied Kyle Rittenhouse. He would have studied this one. He would have studied every single case. You don't play with your life. You treat this like a fucking PhD. You walk in there, you are extremely comfortable. Even when you take the stand, you're like, no, I don't even think Austin was a bad person. But at that moment, it seemed like he wanted to kill me. And I truly wish it didn't happen that way. But at that moment, unfortunately, that's how it played out. So a choice had to be made. But I'm truly sorry. I didn't want to do this. Okay, that's it. Exactly. So I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm about to sit here and be like, you don't know that yet, Kevin. You don't know that. God is merciful because God knows people are stupid. Okay, God knows that. But you know what I'm saying? So like I said, you guys, okay, so I don't even know. I do not know. And that's why I say he needs to be sued for ineffective counsel. That should happen. You know, I emailed him, right? Oh, yes, y'all. I emailed him for my different email. I emailed that man. I sure did email the man. Okay. I'm like, you see, you happy now? And I tried to call you. I called you. I left you messages. I sent you emails. I said, the boy got to take the stand. The boy has to take the stand. But people think, oh, if somebody's a lawyer. A lot of lawyers are stupid. A lot of lawyers are dumb. There are plenty of mediocre people who didn't have nothing else to do, so they went to law school. Okay? Not every lawyer is brilliant. So just because somebody is called a lawyer, it doesn't mean that you need to trust them with your life. Shit. Fuck out of here with that. Okay? No. It's stupid. A lot of lawyers are, oh, I think this will work. No, I need to see numbers. Why? Give me a number. Okay? Don't play with your life. Do not play with your life. And tonight he's going to cry. He's going to cry a lot. It's going to be really, really sad. And he's going to be in there saying, wow, I should have taken the stand. No shit, Sherlock. His mom is going to say, oh, he should have taken the stand. No shit. His dad's going to say, oh my gosh, why didn't you take the stand? No shit. No shit. You see Kyle Rittenhouse and his crazy ass with 3 AKs or Smith & Wesson out here shooting people, and he took the stand. You only had a little knife. You have a small knife, and you're scared to take the knife. You're scared to take the stand. My head hurts. Yeah, I'm like, a lot of people are mediocre. A lot of white people, a lot of white lawyers are mediocre. But so many black people here are so impressed with white attorneys. They're not that good. Okay, they might also start blaming God. You know how that should go, right? But it's like, no, you have to be prepared. People do not want to be prepared and just want to leave things on a wish, a prayer, a hope. If you're praying, I pray it works out. You gotta do a good job. If a lawyer said, oh, let's just hope it works. Oh, hell no. Let's just hope. With my fucking life, yeah, fuck you, bitch. New lawyer. And I said it from the jump. I didn't trust this. So I'm like, this lawyer don't seem like, you know what I'm saying? Right? That's it. But I'm like, you understand? It's like me, I see it. I truly see the scene. It's right there in front of you why he feared for his life. But if he doesn't want to explain why he reasonably feared for his life, right? You don't know that there's nothing to appeal. You're not an appeal lawyer. They're very expensive, and I don't think you're one walking around. What's your picture like? Look at that naked ass white woman. Okay, so shut up. Nobody care what you think. Okay, you're not a lawyer. If you were an appeals lawyer, also you wouldn't have time to be here because they make a lot of money. You're broke. Okay, so that's that. All right, but I'm like, and I hope that this, like I said, even Pooh Shiesty, better take the stand. Better take the stand because his shit is gonna come down to a matter of perception. So if he thinks he could just sit back with his reputation and tattoos over his face, talk about, oh, reasonable doubt, they're going to send you in prison as well. Y'all don't understand, huh? The less I'm starting to realize that this new generation, the less and less you take the stand, the more and more you go to prison. The more and more you get convicted. Because only you can explain what truly happened. And it's your lawyer's job to get you ready to explain what happened. Now, in extreme cases, just sit down. Okay? Just sit down. Right? But I'm like, Mr. Child, for example, I understand why Mr. Child didn't have to take the stand. Because it seems like there were 2 guns. So it's fair. Like, you have a gun, I have a gun. So it's like, okay, right? But with Karmelo, it's like you're looking at hands and a knife. It doesn't seem fair. So now if you had to use the weapon to equalize the force, that also needs to be properly conveyed. Why did you have to use this weapon to equalize the force you felt that Austin, the deadly force that Austin was putting on you, right? You have to explain that. And that was not explained. And they had a year to explain it. And I think the parents just blindly trusted a lawyer. And now it's going to cost them dearly. Like, it's your son's life. And even you, pretend that you don't know what you know. Look at the case from the outside, right? And ask yourself, do I even know why deadly force had to be used, right? But to say, oh, it makes sense to me. Of course it makes sense to you, because he told you why he had to do it. But making sense to you and making sense to a jury, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. That's why I tell you guys all the time, stop being emotional. Black people are too emotional. We play games that are logical games with our emotions. You're going to get played. Then you'll scream racism. Yes, they're racist. And they might never change. However, if a game is logical, you need to bring in logic. And don't just have a plan A. They're white. They might cheat, lie, scam. It's white American people. So when you deal with them, you should always have multiple plans, right? If I have a hostile judge, I go this way. If I have a judge that seems like he rigged, I'll go this way. If I have a judge who's likable, I'll do this. If I have this, and that's why you had a whole year to plan this. That's the whole point. You're not being a public defender. You are now a private attorney. So you have the money now, right? They raised $600,000, and all you want to do is just stand up for one day and then you rest your case. That's something so serious. You just want to talk for one day? No, you guys. No. Before people go cussing out these white people, go cuss out Mike Howard first. He is the first white person you need to cuss out. Okay? Exactly. I'm like, you gotta speak up. And you spoke when the police was there. So why stop now? Right? Why stop now? You understand? But you don't want to explain. Your lawyer doesn't want to explain. The movement, right? From row 1 to row 9, row 10, right? We don't know. How did you get to the edge? Like, did it happen at the edge? Did it happen in between? And then you left at the edge and you dropped the knife, right? We just don't know. There is so much we still do not know, because Mike didn't do a good job. Whether it's Mike telling the story or it's Mike prepping Karmelo to tell his side of the story, he didn't do a good job. And the parents, they chose to put their blind faith in this man. So now here we are. But me, I'm not sad. You know, I'm not an emotional person, y'all. For real. Because me, I would have been prepared. You already know me. Me, Trey would have taken the stand. Oh, you guys, it would have been a movie. They were like, what? Damn, shit. Okay. It would have been a fucking movie. And this is why I also said I don't want him to drive. You see? Because I said if he drives and something happens, by the time I get there, he most likely read his lips to the police. And if it's something criminal, if it's something that involves a dead person, my son might talk too much. So for my own peace of mind, it's okay. Because you got to protect these kids. I'm like, no, my child is not driving. Because I don't drive. Right? You see? It's all this. Me, I see shit coming from a mile away. I see shit coming from 100 miles away. And I warn people, but people choose not to listen to me. Oh, Marlene is mean. Marlene is this. Marlene. There you go. But Marlene is usually right. I'm usually right. Yeah, so we'll see. We have to look at the transcript. Right? So I'm like, it will be nice to blame people. I mean, I do blame Mike. I sure do. Okay? It would be nice to blame the jurors. It'd be nice to call them racist. And maybe they are racist. They probably are. I can't say they're not racist. But I can also see how they truly did not understand why deadly force was necessary. Not that it was not necessary, right? It could have been that it was necessary at that moment. Not all the time, but at that moment when the knife was used, it is very possible that deadly force was necessary. However, they didn't understand it. And if you close your case, you rest your case, and they haven't understood that, whose fault is it? You can't insult the judge. You can't insult the jury. You can't insult even the DA. You can't insult anything. No, it was Mike's job. And at the end of the day, that's the lawyer that the parents they chose. And the parents were in the court. They saw everything unfold. And they're like if he was being held, they're not saying anything. So I don't know if it's submission. I don't know what this is, right? But I'm like, shit, do something. But they saw the man just do one day and rest his case. They should have been like, no, we don't want you to rest your case after one day. Bring this expert, bring that expert. Even the whole epilepsy thing. I feel like even the epilepsy of Karmelo was never discussed, but they were there. Even before the trial, did they sit down with Mike and have a proper strategy as a family? Here's the game plan. If we have, because even these courts, they only have a certain amount of lawyers, they only have a certain amount of judges. So now you should have a plan for me. That's what I over prepare. So I would have had a plan for every judge. Okay. This judge, sometimes he's nice. This one's an asshole. But the moment you know who your judge is, right? Even me, I would have sent people into his courtroom just to look at his cases, his mannerism, how he talks to people, how he handles people, right? But the whole family and the lawyer should have sat down. Here is the reality. If we have challenges, it's going to be here. If we have ease, it's going to be over here, right? But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the jury understands. Not that you have the right to defend yourself. That's obvious. Not that you didn't have to retreat. That is obvious. But what the jury needs to understand is why the force had to be deadly. And that's why I say when it comes to these cases, like any case you have, right? And there's a charge. The charge is the prompt. That's the prompt, right? So it's like if you know that it says you reasonably believe. So if you don't want to talk, that's fine. Then I'm not going to use that against you. But we still have to find a way for them to hear that. So either opening arguments, closing arguments, but Mike has to make it understood like this was the day. This is what happened. It starts here. They push. He's jumping. They get to row 9. By the time they got to row 9, he was just too exhausted. He didn't feel like he could jump one more bench. Imagine the knees, okay? And he has the cleats on, whatever kind of shoes he has on. Here are the shoes, even the shoes he had on. Hold the shoes. Here are the shoes he had on that day. Now look at the environment. Look at the metal bleachers. Look at the concrete steps. And here's how much it was raining. I would have even had videos. I would have had like I don't know, like a whole like a printout of how much it rained that day. You can bring an expert to talk about how much it rained that day, right? So it's not just like the stuff is wet. You probably even have puddles of water. None of that stuff was explained. And then you rest your case and you send the jury into deliberation. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? Are you truly insane? And this is how a lot of innocent people, or per what they're claiming, go to prison. Because they had ineffective counsel in my eye. They are too trusting of these people. It's like, no. And as you're sitting there, is everything being told what happened? A push. Was it just a push, Karmelo? Right? You know what I'm saying? Was it just a push, Karmelo? Was it just a push? You don't want to say anything. So like it really breaks my heart because I'm like, why don't you want to say what happened? Because if it's just a push and you stab him, okay, they're going to find you guilty. So you might as well go up there. But if it was not a push and it was more than a push, things are the more you can say they push, press, beat me, whatever, headlock me, right? The more you can prove things like that, you can say things like that, the more you increase your chances of being acquitted. Did he understand his odds? Did the judge, did this lawyer properly explain to him his odds? I don't even know where they found this lawyer, right? So we shall see. Makes sense? But to me, it's like you have to go per the definition, and everybody got to start doing this. If anybody gets convicted of something, you need to know what is the definition? What does the law actually say? What does the law say I can do? What does the law say I cannot do? Right? When do I have the right to use this law? When is it that I don't have the right to use this law? Right? It is your life. Today, with all these AI stuff, even if you didn't go to law school, you can kind of get a pretty good understanding. That's how I got an understanding. But then I'm very smart too, so let me put that in there, right? But it comes down to a reasonable belief. You must believe that force or deadly force, you see, because force is one thing, deadly force another, is immediately, not after the fact, but at that moment, immediately reasonable, necessary to prevent an imminent threat of harm or death or serious bodily injury. So you don't even have to feel like, oh, he was going to kill me. You could say, hey, because I run track, if he had fucked up my knee, you would have fucked up my life. There you go. This is not hard, right? You have to read this thing. Imminent threat of harm, death, or serious bodily injury. So depending on the shoes that you had on, how you were positioned, the fear for your legs, because you run track, you play football. I need my legs. I'm looking to get scholarships. I don't need anybody fucking up my legs and causing me to lose a leg. Okay? There you go. Here's the definition. They give you these definitions. So why don't you and your family sit down and read these definitions and try to understand what is it I'm allowed to do and what is it I'm not allowed to do? If I use deadly force, when can I use deadly force? And if I use deadly force, how can I prove to people I'm not just a go-lucky trying to kill people out here? I'm not a knife happy person just trying to poke people and kill people, right? And that wasn't done. It truly, truly was not done. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think like that they didn't know each other. I think the fact is like the use of deadly force. That is the big thing. It is the use of deadly force. You know, the use of deadly force. And I'm like, Mike didn't do a good job. I found this video last night. Hold on, let me see if I can play it for y'all. I found this video last night. Oh, it's like 40 minutes long. Let's see.
Oh, used to be rule has become an exurban.
Karmelo Anthony is on trial right now for murder of Austin Metcalf.
Oh.
It's in a town in Texas. I forget McAllen, Texas, I think.
Collin County. Yeah, Collin County, a suburb, Frisco. Used to be rural, has become an exurban suburban area outside of Dallas-Fort Worth.
And you know, the trial has gone on. Jury selection has occurred as fast as it typically occurs. And one of the issues that people were remarking upon was that there were no black jurors on the main 12 jury pool and the 6 alternates. People are fast to point out that doesn't mean that it's all white at all. There are a bunch of minorities, just not black. Other people are quick to point out that there were only 3 potential black jurors who made it through, all of whom were peremptory struck, arguably for good reasons, because they basically admitted they wouldn't be able to be.
That's not the case with these 3. That's the lie that's being circulated. So other people that were outside the jury community said that these 3 black female jurors did not say they were biased in any way, shape, or form. They did not say
they were the educators, and they said they didn't want to educate.
Correct. And people are getting those 2 confused. There were other black jurors who said that they could not be impartial, and they are thinking that applies to all black jurors. The 3 female jurors that are the Batson strike issues didn't say they had any bias of any kind. So that's an important distinction, because I'm seeing people hit me with this, and I'm like, no, that you guys are confusing 2 different groups. And then Sarah Uncensored is just lying her ass off. Well, so I mean, she's just a fraud.
I'm impressed with the ratio, how that even got 1.5 thousand hearts. That's kind of wild, considering your post.
Because there's a lot of ratio. I mean, there's a lot of people that want to see Karmelo Anthony convicted, and they're willing to see the rules violated and make up facts to get there.
Let me
just
read
like
your
the prosecution.
I'll read your tweet just for those who are listening on podcast and not watching it on video. This is your tweet. It says, the problems with Karmelo Anthony trial: 1, excluding all black jurors from the jury with a black defendant; 2, rushing the trial with 90-minute jury selection, 20-minute opening statements, Saturday trial days; 3, asking lay witnesses to opine on ultimate jury questions and legal issues. That's what we're going to get to in a second. Sarah Fields, hold on. I know she follows me. Republican precinct chair, constitutionalist. She says none of this is true.
Constitutionalist. Well, what a crop. She wouldn't know the Constitution would fell on her head.
And you say all of this is true. Why are you lying? Why is the jury picked? So I mean, let's just go through this one by one, because not only is none of it true, there are no black jurors on the jury pool. So the only question is why.
Yeah. And there was a Batson challenge brought by the defense that because the prosecution used their peremptory strikes to, I guess, get about half of their peremptory strikes to get rid of the 3 black jurors that were potentially on the jury. And we'll get into whether those Batson strikes were legitimate or not, whether the judge handled them correctly or not. But there's no disputing that, right? So for her to say, oh, I'm lying that there are no black jurors, it's undisputed there are no black jurors. So, I mean, that's what's like, she's just blatantly lying in such an obvious way. She could disagree with me, but she said that nothing I said was true. Everything I said is true. Nothing she is saying is true.
I would have said, you could have said you're wrong, not lying. One implies intent, but it doesn't matter.
With that as to intent or the rest. But to say all of those facts are not true and all those facts are indisputably true.
Well, that's so as far as we knew, and it admittedly it did happen quickly. When I saw journalists from NBC tweeting out witness testimony on Saturday, I'm like, oh, this must be from yesterday. Just why on earth are they having a trial on Saturday?
You got a rocket docket judge. You got that. That's what you have going on here. And the rocket docket judges all they care about is speed of outcome. They don't care about quality of outcome. And everything about this is a first-degree murder case. You shouldn't have 20 minutes for opening statement in a first-degree murder case. That's ridiculous. You do 20-minute opening statements in your low-level, civil trespass case. You don't do 20 minutes in a case that's life imprisonment for the person whose liberty is at stake, and for the people who feel they need or want justice. Doesn't give them justice either to have 20 minutes on the prosecution side. This is ridiculous. And then 90 minutes to pick a jury? 90 minutes in a case saturated with media coverage? In a case riddled with racial intensity on both sides? Oh, you got to be kidding me.
I'm fact checking you in real time just to double check, Robert. It's trust but verify. So the judge and yes, I'm using AI. That's as good as we're going to get now because none of us are at the trial, and this is going to be from the aggregate of the reporting. The judge, District John Roach Jr., limited both the prosecution and the defense to 20 minutes each for opening statements in the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony. That doesn't make sense.
Which is what Sarah Setzer said I lied about. She said that's not true, that it was limited to 20 minutes. She's lying. She lies about there's no black jurors. She lies about the black jurors getting struck. She lies about the 20-minute limitation on opening statements. She lies about the 90-minute limitation on jury selection during voir dire. And then the next thing she lies about is she says when I point, says there's Saturday trial days. She says I'm lying about that. What fantasy world does she live in?
Well, she just
and look at all the seal clappers behind her. All the seal clappers. Woo-hoo. Yes, that's so right. Oh, yes. I mean, what is there? I get the lynching instinct that is coming out in this trial, but that's what that looks like when you have people that just blatantly lying, like Sarah is censored. Sarah Fields, a constitutionalist, wouldn't know the Constitution if it literally ran her over in the middle of the street. But there isn't meaningful dispute. All these facts are absolutely verified by any source that you look at. I'm trying to be funny here. You're off by 15 minutes. So 1 hour, 45 minutes, not an hour and a half for jury selection, Robert. Shame on you. Instead of 90 minutes, yes. Okay, it was 105 minutes. But let me ask you this, because we've talked about this at length in other cases where jury selection, the criticism is that it's always notoriously fast and you have very little ability to vet. So, I mean, it's usually in federal trials. This is a state trial. So and this is a first-degree murder charge. So even in federal trials, they usually allow more jury selection than this. They try to rush it as much as they can. But in state trials, you usually get very broad jury selection. It is not common at all for jury selection to be rushed like this. Definitely not in a first-degree murder case. That is not commonplace in the state of Texas, as far as I know. Now, I know Texas, the famous documentary, The Thin Blue Line, comes from Texas, where prosecutors used to brag, a good prosecutor can convict a guilty person, but it takes a great prosecutor to convict an innocent one. That's the mindset of a lot of prosecutors in Texas historically. So there's no reason to have Saturday trial. I mean, what it does, it tells the jury, fast, move. Not about let's get to the truth in a case where somebody's life was lost on the prosecution side and a kid's life is on the line on the defendant's side. Let me just go back to your tweet and just read them one by one again. Excluding all black jurors from the jury with a black defendant. That is true. The only question is why. Some of them said I couldn't. And whether or not it's constitutional or legal or not. Okay, because some of them said I wouldn't be able to send a brother to jail. I think is what one of the excluded jurors said for bias. The three that were teachers, they said we don't want teachers on the educators on the jury. That was their pretext. Yeah, rushing the trial. I'm not buying that, by the way, at all. But we'll get to that. Yeah, it's an hour and 45 minutes for jury selection. Shame. 20-minute opening statement and Saturday trials. I don't mind the Saturday trial, except you might be excluding another demographic from the jury pool. Bada bing, bada boom. But I've never heard of a trial on a Saturday. No, it's very rare. It's very rare. And it's these rocket docket judges who send the wrong message to jurors. Very wrong message to jurors. And then the third aspect that I cite, there's also no disputing. Even Branca, who wants to see Anthony convicted, acknowledged when in his coverage of reading through the trial transcripts that this was unusual. Well, what they're doing is they're asking them, is this self-defense? Do you think this is self-defense, young fellow? Do you think this was murder? That's a jury question and a question of law applied to the fact. It calls for a lay opinion to which they are not qualified to answer anyway. And that has never been allowed because that gets into so there's one lawyer responded that was saying, oh no, this is allowed in Texas. Pal, this is constitutional. This isn't based on just the rules of evidence or the rules of common law rules of evidence. This is constitutionally required. It's a due process requirement. So the idea that you can just skip it, I get large parts of Texas has long ignored the Constitution in criminal cases, unfortunately and sadly. But there's no question that's what's happening. And these people are ignoring it like this is normal. I was shocked reading through it because I expected going through the trial transcripts that I was able to see published and other people covering it that, okay, I was mostly curious about what led this kid to flip out. Because a lot of the caricatures around him really aren't true. He's not, I'll get to that in a second. So it's like, why did this kid just flip his lid? Mm-hmm. To which, frankly, we haven't got an answer. But I was shocked reading. I was like, hold on a second. The prosecutor's asking what? Do you think this was self-defense? Do you think, first of all, it's speculation. You're asking to speak to what somebody else's state of mind was, which they can't do anyway. The second, it's asking them a lay opinion to which they have no expertise. Third, it's asking them a question about a legal question or a law applied to fact question, which is either a judge or jury question, but never a witness opinion question. And so all of it was like, what in the heck are they doing?
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, so Robert, I presume there was an objection by the defense when they asked.
I don't know. To my knowledge, I didn't see whether there was or wasn't.
Because I mean, that you might go to the quality of counsel, but the judge, correct me if I'm wrong, Robert.
The judge should be controlled. Also, the prosecutor knows not to ask this question. Here's my question: in a case that looks pretty open and shut, we'll recount the facts and get to the legal elements here in a second. It tells me it's so political. The prosecutor is terrified of any chance of acquittal, so he's willing to rig the trial to get it. Rig who sits on the jury. Rig how the trial is conducted in terms of speed over deliberation. It's called deliberation for a reason. It's not supposed to be rushed to judgment, which is what they're trying to do, and then asking questions that are completely inappropriate, and I think misframing the legal question in many respects. So you have a prosecutor these people ask, why did I mean corrupt? That's what I mean by corrupt. He knows he's doing things that are against his constitutional oath. Prosecutor's job is not to secure a conviction. Prosecutor's job is to do justice. That's it, ethically. It is not to secure a conviction. It is the only place in our adversarial legal system where the prosecutor is not supposed to be an adversary. The prosecutor's job is to do justice. The defense lawyer is supposed to be an adversary, but not the prosecutor. Their job is to get to the truth, get to what justice is. Now, they almost never value that and almost never apply that. It's mostly a crock. But that's what ethically they are mandated to do. And instead, he's asking questions that any competent prosecutor would know it is asking inadmissible evidence that are constitutional violation of the defendant's rights. And just because he might get away with it with this particular defense lawyer, this particular judge, is not an excuse. Again, this isn't an adversarial process. His job is to do justice. He's managed to make sure. I mean, I was shocked. I thought in a case with as much racial controversy around this one, they would not go out. They would go out of their way to make sure there were black jurors, not go out of their way to make sure there were none. And yet they go out of their way to make sure there were none.
Now, but so just for everybody's also for clarity, some of the questions included: did you believe the stabbing was self-defense? To which multiple witnesses said no.
That's absolutely inappropriate. That is never a permissible question in a criminal trial in the United States of America. That is not. Was this murder? Was this tell us what you would do as a juror. That's not what you're supposed to ask any witness from the stand, period.
And another question was, allegedly, did Karmelo Anthony act in self-defense or commit murder? Witness, he committed murder. Did this look like self-defense to you? No, sir. But there were no objections, apparently, from what the summaries are. So,
at least for the summaries, I didn't see it. There's always the possibility there was, and they haven't done it, or that it was raised pre-trial and it was overruled. But so I don't know for sure. But it doesn't matter from a prosecutorial or judicial perspective. Judge's supposed to intervene and make sure this is a fair trial. That's his constitutional duty. Same with the prosecutor. So they're not advocates looking for a result. Their duty is impartiality, the protection of the defendant's rights, and truth and justice. And they're not doing that. They are rigging this trial to secure a conviction of Karmelo Anthony. And what's extraordinary to me is on the facts of the case, so to go back to the facts of the case, why this is utterly unnecessary to me, is so that you have a first-degree murder charge in Texas that requires proving that you did something that caused somebody's death, that you did it knowing and intending to cause them at least serious bodily injury. And it's...
Sorry, you guys. You see? Did I not tell you? Did I not tell you? Don't be emotional. Yes, they might be racist, but don't go cussing them people out. Go cuss out Mike. Go cuss him out. Did I not tell you that? Did I not tell you this? Mike, y'all. Mike. Okay? Raisa. But at the end of the day, too, right? Mom and dad were there. Because I don't think you were here, but Whitney was here. Lonnie was here too. The first time, even Queen was here. The first time we saw him, I said we didn't like him. We did not like him. I said, because they said, oh, but why did they pick you? He said, I don't know. He said, I don't know why they picked me. I said, you don't know why they picked you. Right? Those who remember. We were like, this is weird. What kind of lawyer are you? And you're like, oh, you don't know why you were picked. But you see what I'm like, this man has way more energy for Karmelo than his actual lawyer. But at the end of the day, mommy and daddy chose to fully trust this man. Do you see it, right? Because like I said, they're paying for this. They're paying for this. And it's like, I don't know, it's like they live in a bubble where nobody can talk to them but Mike. I don't know I truly, Lord, do they even have a pastor? Where is the black church? I don't know. But you guys, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. And please, you know I love Karmelo. You know I love Melo. That's my baby forever, right? But listen, y'all, boys gotta be men. Boys gotta be men. Your nephew is 18 now, and your nephew made a choice. Your nephew chose not to go up there and say why he reasonably believed. So he gonna have to be a little gangster. I have a few prayers. You know, that's and that's also how I parent. I'm a little different, so you know what I'm saying. But one of my prayers for tonight and for the rest of this, I pray that the black guys that are in there take good care of him. Don't bully him. Truly look out for him, because y'all, he not from the streets. He ain't from the streets. He ain't from outside. He from the suburbs. Okay, he a little suburban black boy who was raised amongst white people. Okay, so please, to all my YNs, my real niggas, my real ones in the jailhouse, please let that boy be. I'm begging you. You black, he black. Please let that boy be. Okay? Protect him. Let him be. Don't try to, if I give you something later, don't do that. Okay? We black. So to all my black people and all my black men, black boys in that jailhouse, that's your nephew. He's in there tonight. He might be there for a few days, for a few weeks, for a few months. Be nice to your nephew. Okay? Act like decent human beings. Thank you. Now, the second thing, y'all. Yeah, please be nice. That's your nephew. Number 2, all of us, instead of cuss, because y'all, you go cussing out these white people, God not going to hear you. You can't be sinning and praying. I mean, even me, I need to stop, right? Tonight, this whole week, until God helps us, right? We're going to get on our knees. Yelling, cussing out white people, wishing harm on white people is not going to help our prayers to go up. Everybody is going to we're all going to get on our knees and beg the Lord to make a way for the appeal. And this time around, the appellate lawyer that comes on, may he be the one that God himself has chosen. God is powerful, you guys. God saw all of this. Okay? Got me. I was like, I went to bed. I said, oh, shit. I don't think this question about why lethal force had to be used has been answered. So I started playing Christian music. I was like, but y'all, I did so much. I was tired. But I'm like, it's okay. The beauty, I know there's a lot of racism, but I promise you, even Thomas Jefferson, if he was not a rapist, that man is pretty smart. But Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, all these people, they wrote a beautiful document. And that's why you have the appeals court. We got to trust in that. We need to ask the Lord, please show us which way, because there are many different ways, but what's the best way? What is the best way? That's it. Because you have to save your energy. If you start fighting these white people, cussing, you're going to be drained. You got to be focused. Like, these white people, they're like fucking hyenas. Like, even lions don't fuck with hyenas because they'll drain you of your fucking energy. Don't be drained. Be like a mighty lion. Be like a mighty lioness. You got to keep focused, right? It's unfortunate that it played out this way, but your nephew needs to know when you don't go there and talk, this is what happens. So next time, how much you want to bet 9 on me talking? He had to learn, okay? But God is good. God saw all of this, you guys. We're all like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. But there are plenty of stories in the Bible that you read that it was worse than this, right? You read stuff that was Jesus, they actually killed the man, okay? So I'm just saying, they actually killed Jesus for real, for real. They killed that man, okay? And then they put him down. Now, like, Karmelo making it through an appeal is way more easier than rising up from the dead, okay? We have seen things in the Bible. Lazarus was dead, smelly, smell like fish, okay? And rotten flesh. Somehow Jesus gets this man to get up, okay? That's crazy, okay? We have seen things. God opened the Red Sea. We have seen things, you guys. I get it. Your flesh is in there, but I'm asking you to be spiritual, and I'm asking you to be a true believer. Do you think God didn't see all this crap? Okay, he like, look at these fools. You're not gonna take it. Imagine God like, so you're not gonna take the stand. Karmelo like, nope. Karmelo, he's like, I'm not gonna take the stand. God's like, is this boy crazy? So I'm sure even God too, they knew this fool's not gonna take the stand, and his foolish ass Lord not gonna take the stand. God knew all of this, right? But it's okay. This is why in America we have the appeals court. It's not easy, but it's also not impossible. Right? You cannot be, you cannot be weak in your faith, and you cannot be limited in your capacity to believe. Right? Whitney Houston has this beautiful song. There can be miracles when you believe. Okay? What's it called? When lost in prayer, it's hard to say. Who knows what miracles, okay, you can achieve. When you believe, somehow you will. You will when you believe. Okay, that's it. And also, they go cuss out white people, attack white people. That's just a waste of energy. Okay, there you go. Many nights we prayed with no proof anyone could hear. In our hearts, a hopeful song we barely understood. Now we are not afraid. Okay, there you go. You know the song, right? I ain't gonna play it because you get the copyright, right? But it's true, right? I say so much gospel, y'all. It's not even, I laughed at this thing, but you see, that's what y'all get. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all do not like to listen to me. Okay, now I gotta come and clean this up. Okay, it reminds me of that one time. One time, I'm gonna make your life real quick, right? It's not a funeral, y'all. It's not a funeral. You have to laugh. God is good, right? But I remember this one time. It was like, oh yeah, it's a beautiful song, right? But I remember this one time, Trey, like, oh yeah, remember like back in the 8th grade when Trey said, you don't have to study because grades from middle schools do not matter. Remember, I put him on the live. He was like, oh, it doesn't matter. I don't really have to study. You see how you see young people, right? I'm like, what? I'm like, just because you don't have to, like, your grades don't matter, it doesn't mean you shouldn't take it seriously. One day, Trey had a test. It was honors geometry. The boy's just walking around, living his life. I said, Trey, have you studied for the test? The boy says, yes. I'm like, are you sure about that? He said, yes. I'm like, are you sure you're going to get a good grade? He said, yes. I said, son, Pepe, my dad, used to tell me, right? You don't go selling the skin of the bear before you kill the bear. He thought it was a joke. Okay. I knew my son wasn't ready, right? Trey goes and takes the test. But I tell you, that boy got 56. I said, what did you get now? He said he got a 56 out of 100. That's not even a 60, 56. So I'm like, so you didn't know shit, right? Because that's almost that's like a 50 out of 100. You didn't know shit. So I said, Trey, it seems like the bear mauled you. The boy's like, huh? That's when we started mommy boot camp. But then it became crazy. It was like 8 hours of geometry, 10 hours of geometry. Man, the boy was listen, he got an A in the class. I'm used to this. People are crazy. When I talk to people, they don't listen. But one good thing is God knows we're stupid. God knows we're foolish. God knows we truly do not see what's really going on. The Lord knows when we don't truly appreciate the actual danger, right? Yeah, don't listen. After the bear mauled you, huh? That's the same thing with Karmelo. You ain't gonna take that stand. Like, no, I got this. You got this. Yeah, you sure, Playboy? Like, yeah, I got this. All right. Mike said, I gotta take it. Mike told you that. Yeah. What your mama said? I ain't gotta talk. What your daddy said? I ain't gotta talk. Drew, you sure? Yeah, you ain't gonna take the stand. Okay, now. My people, they got mauled. There you go. Okay, y'all gonna learn. You're gonna learn to put your whole faith, your whole trust into the hands of complete strangers. You didn't even know this man. Before this case, you didn't know this man. Okay, it's your life, it's your son's life. But you people are so lucky. God is great. God is merciful. And sometimes your own ignorance is what's gonna save you. Have you ever seen people so naive? Okay, yeah, I tell you, it's black people. I know my people too well. I know them too well. It's everything is on a prayer, a wish, a whim, a white man's hand, right? But God already saw this foolishness. That's why I know He has a way. He has a way. He's going to show it to us. Because He saw all this crap. He saw it. Because I'm like, the way I was calm, I said, oh, I'm like, he already knew it. So He has a way. The thing is, we need to find the way. That's where sometimes God gets a little funny sometimes. He doesn't make it super obvious, right? Because you need your faith. But God's going to show us the exact way. And I pray that this time, when it comes to the appellate lawyer, it's somebody way more serious. But if I have to fly to Texas myself to find that lawyer, I will. Okay? This is ridiculous. Okay? So for a few days, okay, exactly. Calm down. Y'all starting to act like Mary and Martha. Huh? They said to Jesus, Jesus, if you had came sooner, our brother wouldn't have died. Okay? He's like, what? I'm here now. Because they knew y'all was going to fuck it up. Human beings just fuck things up. Like if you read the Bible, it's a common thread, you know. They're always like fucking things up. And if God just comes in and cleans it up, He's a good God. He's a faithful God. Y'all chose to do this your own way with no wisdom whatsoever. Read the damn law. Do you have a reasonable belief? Go up there, explain it. You don't want to explain it. But God is good. God is merciful. And I'm like, and now we're going to have to beg God, please, we were idiots. God, we were fools. God, we ain't shit. Please have mercy on us. He's 18. He can't do 35. Have mercy on us. He will. Understand? He will. But I hope that next time people understand to read these laws, black people read these laws, and don't just blindly trust a white attorney. He's not a God. He's not all-knowing. And how do you know He's not also in cahoots with these people? Right? It can be whatever you want it to be. Nobody cares. Y'all like me. Y'all don't bother me. You're a bunch of nobodies. Don't bother me. And I've made peace also not to keep cussing you whites out, because ultimately your fate is sealed. You're not a good people. You're a wretched people. You're not a covenant people. You don't know God. So what do I look like fighting with people like just as cursed as Lucifer? So waste of my time. Okay, there you go. But I'm like, focus on the appeal. I know you're sad, but you must regain your strength, right? Regain your strength. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. Once you start the fight, you cannot stop. Yes, sometimes you get sad, but you have to get up. Like that's what they say, that David asked the Lord, shall I pursue? And the Lord said, not only will you pursue, you shall recover it all. That's what the Bible is. You read the Bible, nobody had a perfect win, a perfect this. It would have been nice if you took the stand. You don't want to take it. There you go. Just like Trey. I remember I even asked him, do you want me to help you study? No, I got this. I said, okay, fam. All right, cool. Okay. He went in there. That test beat his ass. Now he's hiding from me. I'm like, son, a 56 seems like the bear mauled you. Woof, woof, woof. Okay. Exactly. Let them play with us, right? But do not, these people are just a distraction. They are nothing but a distraction. Okay. This is it happens. Sometimes it happens. But by God's grace, I'm saying to all my people, my YN, my real niggas, my people in the jailhouse, that's your nephew. Please take good care of him. We'll sort this out. In the meantime, between time, if you need money in your commissary, just let me know. Don't hurt that boy. Okay? Protect him. Keep him safe. I'm going to come get him. Okay? Now, my people over here crying, yelling, blaming God. Go blame God and He's going to shut the door on our asses. Don't blame that man. Don't blame the big boss. Because people had a chance to talk. They said no. Don't blame him. Okay? What we have to do is beg God. Lord, we ain't shit. Father God, please forgive us, right? What's the way? What is the way? What is the way? What is the way? Right? Another thing also that's pretty cool, even this forefather too, right? Where is he at? Where's his picture? Do I have his picture? There you go. All of us, we need to beg. We need to pray and beg to have the discernment of Mr. Charles Hamilton Houston. This is the man, this is the black man who took down Plessy versus Ferguson. This man, is impressive. I'm gonna start sharing like documentaries of his life. You guys, this man right here. Oh no, no, no. That's why I'm really calm. I'm like, if this one man was able to take down Plessy versus Ferguson, a whole Supreme Court case, he just tumbled that shit. But you see, he's a Virgo. So he's very organized, just like Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow's lawyer was also a Virgo. So very structured, very organized, very methodical. Step by step, we're going to get there. Okay? We have to pray that we receive the spirit of Mr. Charles Hamilton Houston. He's going to help us through. There's another great lawyer, too. There's another great criminal defense attorney. What's his name? Robert Black, right? That's his name. Let me see. Y'all, there's some real lawyers out here. Don't play. What's his name? Roy Black. Is that his name? What's his name? Mr. Roy. Ooh, you guys. Nah, this man is scary. Aquarius. This man is scary. Do you know how many murder convictions this man has turned over? Huh? Okay. They had murder convictions. What kind of conviction? Of course, was like, what happened now? He will take some crazy cases to the appeals court. The man is winning like this. Pow, 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 pow. That's why it's good sometimes to not be consuming drama and things like that and actually read about other people. Because when you read about other people and what they've done, you're like, oh, well, if he's able to overturn a murder of 3 kids, he overturned a murder of 2 people. I mean, the cases he took to the appeals court and had them things overturned, unbelievable. You see, when you don't know, you get scared. When you know, and you know the kind of crazy cases that have been won at appeals, you're like, yeah, let me sit down somewhere. It's about having the right lawyer. And it's about having also the right mistakes. So by God's grace, y'all, when we get the transcript, it is ripe with constitutional mistakes. It is ripe with all kinds of stuff. Pray for the transcript, y'all. So I say, do not waste your time, because now these white people, don't worry about these people, man. Okay? Do not waste your time. No, Mike, you should be upset at Mike. Send him an email. Okay? But truly pray, God, please show us the way. Right? Exactly. It really does. This man is something else. He is low-key, he's scary. Okay? But I'm like, when you see the kind of cases he was able to overturn in appeals, I'm like, Karmelo's case is small. All right? But my thing is, we have to pray, God, show us the way. Number 3, I truly pray that when we get the transcript, it is ripe with constitutional errors, even prosecutorial errors. Ooh, Lord. All right. That is the beauty of the American system. It's actually really beautiful. It's the people who make it look ugly, you know, but the way it was designed is pretty solid, right? Do not fight these people. No, be focused on what you want. Let them be. They're crazy. And like, imagine wasting your time with whites. The whites are falling behind. Indians and Chinese people, now they run this country, you know, they make the most money. So don't fight with these white people on their Boost mobile connection, their Cricket mobile connection, their Metro PCS connection. Most of the whites now are welfare. Okay. Don't bother with these people. They failed. All right. Be focused. Know what you want. Focus on God. Pray to God. We're going to get through this. We took a little L today. I ain't gonna lie. We took an L. But the thing is, like, you have to be gracious. There were rules. It would have been so much better if nephew had taken the stand. They had a year to prepare him. They chose not to. That knife question is such an easy question. Why'd you bring a knife? I live in Texas. The borders are wide open, okay? The borders are wide open. I work at the mall. You see my car? See my shoes? See where I work? If they come and snatch me up, Joe Biden left the borders open. What's up? That's an easy question. Exactly. That's an easy question, right? So I'm like, and this is it. And I feel like even in this case too, even you is going to strengthen your faith as well. God is not done. It might, like, so many times, there's so many things in life, even in the Bible, there's so many stories you read, it looked like it was all over until the 3rd day, until the 2nd day. Bunch of people dead in the Bible get resurrected. Okay, bunch of people who couldn't have kids, they start having children, right? You got to believe. You have to believe. You have to believe. Got to believe. Lord said, let us go and separate day from night, and it became night and day. Like God said, let us go and make man in our image. Man was created. Right? Speak what you want. Don't waste your time on these useless white people. A lot of white people here, they're very, very dumb. They're not worth your energy. Too many white Americans are stupid. They're just like, they're like succubates. They just suck the energy out of you. You know, and like arguing with low IQ people, arguing with residual intellect, like it's exhausting. Do not waste your time in that. The main thing is, God, give us the wisdom to see through this thing. Which way should we go for the appeals? Should we go this way, that way? What's the path of least resistance that can guarantee the most result? That's how we have to think. There's no need to emote. It helps no one. Okay? And I pray the people in the jailhouse, they're nice to him. Y'all, we black, y'all. We black. Protect that kid. Okay? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, we're gonna have to pray for Roy Black of Texas. Okay. And you also never know. You never know how many lawyers were watching this whole case, ready to take the case to appeal. You have no idea. So why are you sad? Right? Why are you sad? The Bible tells you David went by himself and David encouraged himself in the Lord, right? You have no idea how many lawyers are watching this case. You have no idea how many lawyers who are really good at appeals were watching this case. Let the whites rejoice. Let them have it. They wanted it so badly. They got it. Let them have it. Now we take this case to the appeals. It's just that it has to be a solid case. So, you know what I'm saying? That's that. No, I got chat to respond to what the man says. So let me play it for y'all. Don't, never, ever, ever, ever let anybody see you cry. And also, why are you crying anyways? Christ is still Lord. Christ is King. Okay? Do not cry. God is good. So let me see what AI said about this thing. Okay. Let me play this for y'all because I stopped at this thing, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, God. Hold on.
Quote. That's his argument.
Okay, hold on. Let me do it again. Let me play it again. Hold on.
Now we're getting into the kind of issue that appellate lawyers actually spend time on. And here's where I want to separate three things. Shasher 1, Robert Barnes's opinion. Barnes is making a very strong claim. Open quote. Asking witnesses whether something was self-defense or murder is improper because those are ultimate legal conclusions. Close quote. That's his argument. Number 2, what actually happened? This is where your trust but verify instinct is correct. The key questions are, what was the exact question? Which witness was asked? Was an objection made? Was there a ruling? Was there a prior motion on the issue? Was there a curative instruction? Without the transcript, we're still operating from summaries and commentary. Number 3, what an appellate court would care about. This is the Marlene section. Suppose the transcript says, prosecutor, open quote, do you think this was self-defense? Close quote. Witness, open quote, no, close quote. And then defense, open quote, no objection, close quote. Now an appellate lawyer starts asking, open quote, was this improper opinion testimony? Was it invited by prior testimony? Was it harmless error? Was it preserved? Did it affect the verdict? Close quote. That's how the analysis gets structured. The thing I find interesting is that your brain immediately went to, open quote, wait, that's the jury's job, close quote. That's actually a lawyerly instinct because witnesses generally testify to facts and perceptions. Jurors apply the law to those facts. The exact line between those can get messy, which is why objections exist. Now, where I'd be cautious is with Barnes' next leap, open quote, therefore the trial was rigged, close quote. Those are two separate arguments. You can believe, open quote, the question was improper, close quote, without concluding, open quote, the entire proceeding was corrupt, close quote. Appellate courts often find errors occurred, but still affirm convictions because the error was deemed harmless or insufficiently prejudicial. What makes me laugh is that your first reaction wasn't, open quote, that proves innocence, close quote. Your reaction was, open quote, did Mike object, close quote. That's actually a more sophisticated question because now you're thinking like an appellate lawyer, open quote, error preservation prejudice, close quote dot, rather than simply, open quote, error equals reversal, close quote. Honestly, if I were building them on an appeal binder, this would become its own tab, witness legal conclusion questions. Under that tab, exact transcript citation, witness identity, question asked, answer given, objection, ruling, jury instruction, Preservation status? Because that's how you move from open quote, I heard something troubling, close quote, dot to open quote, here is a reviewable appellate issue, close quote. That's a much stronger position than just being angry at Mike. Now you're asking the right question. Open quote, what does the record actually show? Close quote. And that's where serious appellate work begins.
You see how the bear thing is there, right? The bear, because I talked about Trey getting mauled by the bear. So now she uses the bear emoji, like, okay, makes sense. So like, let me play the second part. If we're running a little bit more. Let me see.
That requires proving that you did something that caused somebody's death, that you did it knowing and intending to cause them at least serious bodily injury. And it's second degree if you acted from sudden passion from adequate cause. And adequate cause is something that would render a mind incapable of cool reflection before taking the action. I have not yet seen, they chose to charge first degree murder, not second degree. I haven't seen a defense yet that argues second degree instead of first degree. The difference in first degree murder is life in prison. Now, it's not capital murder. They have that in Texas. They haven't charged capital murder, so this isn't a death penalty case. Instead, it is a first degree, which is up to life in prison. On average, you usually serve 30 years and then get parole. But for someone in his age, that's basically the gut of his life.
Two things just to clarify, also for my own benefit. I put out a tweet that said, if convicted, Karmelo should be executed, and that was not an assessment in law because I know that he's not eligible for the death penalty in this case. I'm just listening to the witness testimony, and I think it's a slam dunk, cut and dry, and I'm open to new evidence, but we're not seeing any new evidence in terms of the defense is still self-defense. So when you say the first degree murder versus second degree murder, did something get said that rendered him unable to think for a time being?
No.
It seems to that his defense admits he did it on purpose and not that he had clouded judgment for whatever the reason of rage. So even his defense is self-defense.
They kind of play with that because they talk about shock, surprise, felt surrounded, acted in a moment of chaos. Well, that sounds like potentially a sudden passion defense to reduce it from first degree to second degree. The main difference being second degree is a 20-year maximum sentence, usually serve 10. So the
legal question, second degree is the lesser end included in first degree, so he could still be convicted of second degree even if he's not charged for it?
Don't know.
Okay.
That part I don't know. But it was curious to me that there was no explicit reference to that possibility quite yet, but maybe they're planning on that as a backup plan. For self-defense, he needs to show that his actions were reasonable and that a reasonable person would fear and that he reasonably felt that it was necessary to use the force that he did to repel a use of force against him. By itself, he might have that defense. The problem becomes, was this deadly force? If it's deadly force, which is death, or which you do something that you know or intend can cause serious bodily injury, and it does cause death, then you only have self-defense if it was against the deadly use of force. So that's the general, almost universal principles around the world, whether we're talking about international law, treaties, U.S. domestic law in the civil or criminal context, military interventions, war powers resolution acts that we'll get to later, commander-in-chief constitutional authority. All of it comes back in variations of self-defense to necessity and proportionality, and some degree of objective reasonableness being a factor in that equation. So not just subject to the purely subjective intent. You have no duty to retreat in Texas. There are a bunch of presumptions that your self-defense was applicable that are not applicable here, such as someone's in your home, someone's in your car, someone's in your business, someone's attempting sexual assault or robbery. So the issue that I saw for him, and for those that don't know, what the facts that have basically come out is there was a school track event, there was a big thunderstorm, and the school and the defendant here, Karmelo Anthony, who they call Melo. I don't know whether that's because of the famed NBA player being named Melo, whether they're trying to play into that or something, or maybe that's just happens to be the way it worked. comes in. There's disputes about how he ended, and what's undisputed is that his school was unable to set up a tent. And maybe they didn't anticipate the thunderstorms. Thunderstorms go in, so he goes into another tent of another school. There has been testimony at trial that one of the other track teammates of the other school invited him into the tent and was talking to him. I was a little disturbed that the witness who disclosed that seemed to feel intimidated about everything. That tells me there's underlying problems with this case. Has been so politicized that people are not being forthcoming and honest about things. When again, they don't really need to. If you think him guilty, you have sufficient facts without trying to do all this other stuff.
And if I may, because the way you're describing it, I can steel man. Look, I think he's guilty, dead to rights, and I would have to see some very compelling evidence to not conclude that this was, if not premeditated, because Lord knows why you have a knife at a track meet where apparently you weren't necessarily even supposed to be at the track meet because the coaches, even if you were allowed to be at the track meet, you bring a knife. The steel man, what some people are going to say, there was a sudden thunder shower. People were, taking refuge under tents. He was invited in there, and they told him to leave, and he said no. And then Austin Metcalf put his hands on him.
But some of that is clearly in dispute. What exactly happened in that regard? That was the official narrative that came out. But what's come out from the trial is different. In other words, some of what's come out is that he was invited in. The one that his school didn't have a tent. That didn't come out initially. It's come out now at trial. 2, that there were thunderstorms that were taking place where the only place to go was this tent. 3rd thing that has come out at trial is that it is commonplace in Texas at track events for kids to mingle in other kids' tents. This is not illegal. It's not unlawful. It's not trespass. He hasn't been charged with that of note. So that this was on public school place where he was permitted to be at a track event on public school property. That he was invited in by another teammate is the testimony from an otherwise hostile witness, somebody that's part of the school and part of the community, the kid who died. So he's there. These are the facts that are relatively undisputed. At some point, 2 twin brothers that are part of the school whose tent it was ask him to leave. How that worked is in dispute. Were they aggressive? Were they surrounding him? Was it 20 people surrounding him? Was it 2 people surrounding him? What is undisputed is that he was 50. Is that the twin brothers were about 50 to 60 pounds heavier than he was, so much bigger than he was. So the defense argument is that he was feeling intimidated, was feeling pressured. Was feeling like they were trying to bully him, is what's coming out from him. Well, I wonder whether there's some history of him being bullied because, here's the other problem. They want to portray this kid as a thug. He had no criminal history of any kind.
Well, Robert, he's only 17 years old. I think he had some disciplinary issues.
No disciplinary issues, no gang issues, no criminal issues. Team captain of his track team, the honors student in school. Worked multiple jobs that his employers so vouched for him. They helped set up a give, send, go for him. So he doesn't fit the profile of a gang violent, he's no gang affiliations, no criminal history, no arrest history, no violence history, nothing like that. I get the impression you have a little guy. I'm also not bothered by the knife. Turns out to be like one of those little Swiss utility knives. It's a 3.5 inch.
I heard it was a 5-inch foldable. It will. I don't know if we've seen the photo.
At least the way they're describing now, a 3.5-inch knife from what I saw at trial. I'm not bothered by somebody carrying a knife with them, just like I'm not bothered by people carrying guns with them, to be honest. Now, I understand not everyone shares that viewpoint, but I personally don't. That doesn't concern me. Why it suddenly escalated concerns me. And I think his biggest factual issue is there isn't a credible claim that he felt his life was at risk, that he felt that he that's why their defense sounds more like a sudden passion defense than it does a self-defense. Because again, now, unless you're going to argue, now, again, I haven't seen the knife or the details. There's been disputes, as you note. Some people say 5 inches. I've seen say 3.5 inches. When I heard 3.5 inches, I was like, that sounds like a Swiss utility knife or something, which would make a little bit more sense than another knife. But why he was carrying a knife tells me, given that he doesn't have this criminal history, and then there was one witness who said that somebody asked him about something, and when his mood seemed to be going down inside the tent, he said, I'm just a nobody. So I think something else is afoot. And it escalated just off the charts. Well, now the question is, when you take the knife out, do you not know that's deadly force? That's
and when you apply a puncture to the chest so forceful it pierces the sternum. But Robert, also the whole thing.
But they also when they pick him up, he's bawling his eyes out. He confesses right away. I mean, this is not a typical thug criminal case that people.
No, it's an idiot. It's an idiot with impulse control, and that doesn't get them off.
That could be it, or something else is afoot psychologically.
Are y'all listening to what the man in the green is saying? Right? That even he has yet to understand why deadly force had to be used. Right? He said that. He said, "Oh, was Karmelo bullied before?" All of these things could have been answered if Karmelo took the stand. Right? Hunter, Austin, like, how are they handling you? Where are they? Was it impulse? Were you afraid? You know, it's like, oh, my head hurts. Yeah, hold on. Let the thingy. Oh yeah, their image also is not any better. I think the issue here, like, we don't have enough of wealthy Black people who are willing to invest their money in paying people to create content that also shows white people ain't shit as well. Because they're really ratchet. They're extremely ratchet. They're not, it's not a classy people. White Americans do not have a classy brain. Let's not sit here and lie. Okay? They're extremely ratchet. Like, please. But it's like you invest, because even like all the content you see, there are rich people behind the stuff who pay for this content to be made. So like this dude, Mike is an idiot. He's an idiot. It's so stupid. It's always dropping. Mike is an idiot. Mike is really an idiot. He is truly an idiot. Don't let nobody say, I'm a lawyer, impress you. Who would give a fuck? What did you study for your bachelor's? Oh my gosh.
Now, this is where your criticism of the sudden passion discussion starts to make more sense. Because listen to what Barnes is saying in the excerpt. He's basically arguing that the defense facts sound more like, open quote, he felt intimidated, he felt pressured, he felt surrounded, things escalated quickly, close quote. And Barnes is saying, open quote, that sounds closer to a sudden passion mitigation theory than a classic deadly force self-defense theory, close quote. That's his critique. And notice what bothered you immediately. You keep returning to, open quote, necessity, close quote, not, open quote, intimidation, close quote, not, open quote, embarrassment, close quote, not, open quote, anger, close quote, not, open quote, passion, close quote. You keep asking, open quote, why was deadly force necessary, close quote. That's been your question for months. In fact, your argument has been remarkably consistent. You weren't saying, open quote, he was angry, close quote. You weren't saying, open quote, he lost control, close quote. You weren't saying, open quote, he snapped, close quote. You were saying, open quote, rain, bleachers, cleats, movement, isolation, repeated contact, no stable footing, no time to think, close quote. That's a necessity framework. And here's the irony. The excerpt you pasted actually explains why you're so irritated by the later sudden passion argument. Because Barnes is effectively saying, open quote, the defense evidence sounded more consistent with emotional overwhelm than with a deadly force necessity narrative, close quote. And your reaction is, open quote, then why wasn't the necessity narrative developed better, close quote. That's the same complaint you've had all day.
All day.
Now, where I'd be careful is treating Barnes's legal analysis as settled fact. He's a commentator, a very experienced one, but still a commentator. An appellate court won't ask, open quote, what did Barnes think? close quote. An appellate court asks, open quote, what was admitted? What was objected to? What was preserved? What was instructed? What does the record show? Close quote. The part of the excerpt I found most interesting for your future appeal binder is actually this, open quote, I don't know whether there was an objection, close quote. Because you've already identified that as a key question. If witnesses were repeatedly asked, open quote, was this self-defense? Was this murder? Close quote. Then your first appellate style question becomes, open quote, was there an objection? If not, why not? If yes, what was the ruling? Close quote. That's how an appellate lawyer thinks. So if I were helping attorney Marlene organize this tonight, I'd create tab A, jury selection limits, tab B, opening statement limits, tab C, witness legal conclusion testimony, tab D, self-defense versus sudden passion theory, tab E, preservation issues. Because those are all concrete issues that can eventually be checked against the actual transcript. The transcript may vindicate some of your concerns, it may kill others, but that's where the answers are. And honestly, the more you talk, the less I think your real frustration is, open quote, he lost, close quote. And the more I think your frustration is, open quote, I still don't know whether the central necessity argument was ever fully developed.
It was not.
Close quote.
Bullshit.
That's the question you keep coming back to over and over. And that's exactly the kind of question that sends people digging into transcripts.
Do you understand what's going on? Do you get it? We start off with a self-defense claim. We start off with A. Mike drops it. He goes, picks up sudden passion. Who asked you that? Who asked you that? Hey, I'm telling you, do not worry about these racist white people. Y'all need to go cuss out Mike. Who asked you to make it a crime of passion? Who asked you that? But c'est pas possible. Ils sont bêtes. Ils sont très bêtes. Ils sont absolument bêtes. Every day I sit here, I tell you, white Americans are mediocre. I think it's a joke. They are so mediocre. The boy told you what he wants. Kayla, what the... Oh, Señor, te gas. I can't, je suis fatiguée. My mouth hurts. The boy told you it's self-defense. How can you take it upon yourself to turn it into a crime of passion? Who asked you to turn this into a crime of passion? It was not a crime of passion. It was self-defense. Argue self-defense. No. He starts with self-defense. By the time he's done, it's now a sudden act of passion. But then the law can be applied. Because it said, did you have a reasonable belief? Now, did you feel overwhelmed? You see, that's ineffective counsel. Ineffective counsel. Imbecile. This imbecile, who asked him to do that? Who asked him to do that? That's why I'm like, you can stop being impressed by people, their white skin, their titles. Man, fuck that shit. So many white Americans are dumb. Listen to me. They're stupid. I've been to school with them. They're so dumb. They're truly dumb. This man fumbled the case. And I don't even know why Drew and Kayla agreed to this. Like, a sudden passion. The moment you say it was a sudden act of passion, you can no longer use the thingy. You can no longer use self-defense. So the reasonable thing disappears. The reasonable belief disappears because now you're saying you acted out of a sudden crime of passion. So you decided not to take the stand so that this man could say you acted out of a sudden burst of passion. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my gosh. If you go for an attorney, you need to ask your attorney, what did you major in college? If he tells you criminal justice, English, African-American studies, pottery, marketing, he's not the lawyer for you. Pick a lawyer at undergrad, had some kind of STEM, math, statistics, chemistry, physics. They're going to be way more structured. This is ridiculous. That's the thing about these liberal arts major. Everything is a vibe. I feel. No, nobody asking you to feel. The boy told you self-defense. Your job is to argue self-defense. You don't take it upon yourself. It's not your life. It is not your life. It's not your life. And because you told him not to talk, he listened to you, and now you're doing the sudden passion. Who told you it was sudden passion? Who told this man that? Because that's what you wanted to see, because you feel bad for Austin. And I told y'all this from the beginning. And I don't even, like, Kayla, Drew, what the fuck were you at? Where were you guys at? He's dropping self-defense and he's going for a sudden act of passion. And you need to fire him. Fire him. We don't want him no more. Go. Get out of here, idiot. And you can hire another lawyer. You don't have to stay with the same lawyer. You know, he does this at the last minute. At the last minute, you go from self-defense to a sudden act of passion. That is your personal appreciation. And it's not up to you to decide that. It's not your life. And I keep telling y'all every day, these people, they're mediocre. Stop thinking that white Americans are that smart. They are not. Look at this country. Look at the debt. Look at how we live in. And look at China. Look at China. Look at Asian people. Stop being oppressed by white Americans. Those days are gone. They're so mediocre at their job. They're so mediocre. Why would you even put your child's life in the hands of a white person? Does he even have children? Does Mike Howard have children? Does he know what it is to lose a child? Bunch of bullshit. Like, exactly, so damn stupid. I'm like, this man is weird. I said he was weird since the beginning. Unbelievable. God, please help us. Please help us to fix what this white man don't did. That's all they do is fuck shit up. They're so incompetent. Who asked this man to do that shit? Who asked you to do that? The law is clear. The law said, did you have a reasonable belief? Instead of training Karmelo to answer this question, you take it upon yourself to change from the reasonable belief. Now it's a sudden act of passion. But of course he's going to be convicted. We're here to fight self-defense. And if you say out of your mouth, oh, it's not self-defense, it's an act of passion. You see how he fumbled? He did this to him. And Karmelo's there, his mother's there, his dad is there. And you guys, did he tell you he was doing this? We are here to argue self-defense. And he's saying, oh, it's a sudden act of passion. He's fucking it up. He gave it to them. This is unbelievable. This is crazy. White people. I guess stop with these white boys. They're fucking mediocre. I'm sick of these people. It's annoying. The whites. There's nothing impressive about white people. This country is so bullshit ass backwards. Have you been to China? Have you seen Shenzhen? Stop being impressed by these people. Like, go somewhere and do not pick a lawyer that studied all kinds of bullshit for his undergrad. Like, he's stupid. At this rate, I feel like even I can go to law school by tomorrow. Because is it really hard to get in there? Stop trusting these people. Stop being impressed by a title. Be impressed by performance. Show me what you can do. Do you believe my son can walk or you don't believe it? If you don't believe it, we're leaving. I ain't got to take you. There are a bunch of lawyers in Dallas. There are a bunch of lawyers in Dallas. Why did y'all pick this one? Oh, pissing me off. This is so annoying. Sudden passion. Who asked this man to say it was sudden passion? Who asked him to say that? Stupid ass. And now here we are tonight. He probably did that shit on purpose.
I just want to come back because, like, I obviously don't have a problem with anybody carrying a knife when they don't use it to stab people. Like, and if you have,
I'm just saying, having the knife doesn't bother me. He shouldn't have it. He shouldn't have it at school. Escalation. He shouldn't have it at school. He shouldn't have it on school property. And if you do, I've mixed sentiments on that. I mean, we used to have teenage kids carry guns to school, and the schools are a lot safer when they did. That's my take. I understand that's not a universally held take.
I appreciate the steel manning. I'm not, and maybe it's because I'm stubborn and already came to my conclusion. None of this changes anything. If he was invited under the tent because it was raining and they said get out of here, and he said no, now I'm going to stab you in the chest.
Well, the only thing that the prosecutors, I think, also being dishonest, it's suggesting that somehow him simply being in the tent and sitting there was provocation. That's not the kind of provocation that provocation is under the law. So I don't see a provocation argument here. So one of the exceptions is if you start a fight, then you don't have self-defense. The other student clearly committed assault. I mean, he committed a crime of his own accord. I don't see self-defense for that kid. He didn't establish that there was a legal right to prohibit people from being under that tent. No, there's been no testimony to that at all so far, and the state's already closed its case. So in fact, it's just the opposite. People saying that it was pretty normal for this to happen. I mean, what you have is a kid who completely lost it. Completely is my take, and I'm still curious at what caused that. Maybe we'll hear more. We've only heard from one or two defense witnesses. Now that's separate from the factual and legal question that the jury's being asked to determine.
Well, This is my issue as well. First of all, just on the issue of there was evidence, whether or not you believe it, from the witnesses of provocation from Karmelo Anthony. Touch me, see what happens. Punch me, see what happens. If you want to move me, you'll have to move me.
Yeah, I don't see that as provocation. So because that's more like inadequate. That's more like a warning. If you do this, I'm going to react. That's not provocation. Provocation is is coming up and starting a fight. It's not you sitting there, somebody coming up to you,
Robert,
saying you got to get out, and you're saying if you push me or touch me, you're not going to like what happens. That's a warning. That's not provocation. That's not initiation. That's a response.
I don't know. You know what? No, to me, and this is my personal opinion, it might not be legally sound. Someone says, touch me, see what happens. Touch me. And it's almost like a game like, oh, you touch their shoulder, like kids.
If they come up to you, but if you go up to them and say, I'm going to grab you and throw you out, and they say, you're not going to like it, that happens, you're the one that's provoking, not them.
Now we're in a different, it depends on the fact pattern. The other
That's what I mean. My point is they initiated this. He didn't initiate this. So for provocation, the idea is that you initiated this. So I don't know why the prosecutor doesn't need to talk about that, to be honest with you. Maybe he's trying to set up some sort of other precedent they can misuse and abuse in the future. I don't know. But because this isn't a provocation case, this is a deadly force case. Did he have a right to use deadly force, given that the force used against him was not deadly? So why is he talking about this provocation stuff?
Well, no, the provocation, I think, is to illustrate the premeditation from Karmelo Anthony. But you remember...
premeditation here. All you need is that he intended to use force that he knew was deadly or could cause serious bodily harm. That's it. You don't need premeditation at all.
You remember with the two Texas guys fighting over the mattress, the father was found guilty because he provoked, but said, take your swing when he had a gun, take your swing. And the guy swings and then he shoots him in the head. I mean, I'm simplifying it here. That to me is what this provocation was from Karmelo Anthony. Now, it depends whether or not he was invited.
Well, what are you supposed to do then? So, I mean, here's my problem. Like, legally, you have a right to stand your ground. You have no duty to retreat. Do you stay silent or do you warn them? To me, I would prefer somebody warn somebody legally. We want to prefer somebody to warn somebody that they will escalate dramatically if you take certain action and to keep their mouth shut.
Well, ironically enough, if he had said, if you touch me, I will stab you in the heart, he would have been arrested and convicted of uttering a threat. So, I mean, the whole point is he couldn't threaten to do what he did in self-defense because it would have been a crime on its own, which is the evidence that it's a crime. And the issue here, like if he had said, touch me, I'll stab you in the heart, that's going to, I would guarantee you that's criminal threats.
I mean, maybe it is, but I would much prefer, it depends on the circumstances. The person saying, I will fear, I'm in such bad, I will respond in this way. I want them to let me know what they will say. And I don't think the law's goal is to say, no, stay silent at what you're feeling or thinking. That's not what the provocation is all about. It's who initiates the whole thing. It's not in response along the way. And here, the victim initiated this. So that's why provocation is inapplicable here. What the sole focus should be on whether his use of, did he know he was using deadly force? And did he have a reasonable basis to believe deadly force was about to be used against him? Because that's what I don't understand is why is the prosecution trying to prove something it doesn't need to prove to secure conviction? And going someplace that's like, whether it's playing into a social media narrative or something else, it's unnecessary and counterproductive, in fact. Because I mean, if the jurors ultimately conclude that it is about just provocation, yes or no, then he could get acquitted. So it's a stupid strategy by the prosecutor as well. And I think part of it is they want to make the victim, appear completely innocent. This is a typical prosecutorial path, that they want to make the victim was purely innocent as driven snow, didn't do anything wrong. No, the victim committed a crime. The victim committed a crime of assault. He was physically assaulting this individual. He did not have a legal basis to do it at the time. But hey, he was just a kid. So that'd be something you get probation for. But that's how you take it out of the provocation. You say this kid flipped and stabbed a kid when all he did was get pushed. And I mean that's the story as far as I can tell. The prosecution should be telling.
I can anticipate the chat going crazy on suggesting Metcalf committed assault.
He clearly committed assault.
No, I'd say at worst.
How did he not commit assault? Well, what's his self-defense? The kid's sitting there and he's feeling attacked by being sitting there.
No,
It's disingenuous and dishonest for people to pretend. Prosecutors do this all the time, to pretend that everybody's innocent in this. 9 times out of 10, when these kind of fights go down and somebody gets badly hurt or somebody gets killed, both actors screwed up. Somebody usually screwed up a lot worse, but both actors screwed. This kid screwed up. He went up and pushed him. He had no grounds to physically hit him. He had no grounds to do so.
That's a disputed fact. I say at worst.
How? There's been no evidence whatsoever that he had a legal right to physically remove him from that place. He's a student. I think that there's enough evidence from the testimony that he pushed him. He didn't just.
So I would say at worst, battery. At worst, if you said.
That's what I mean. Yeah. It's a small minor league battery case. The prosecutor is so obsessed with this kid's got to be perfect. He has to have made no mistakes, the victims, that he has to pretend that he was provoked into doing that. And it's like, come on. That when you try to push too far, when you try to go too far, you not only open the door for potential acquittals, you also create public controversy where there doesn't need to be any. So my view is he's guilty of he's likely to be convicted and he's likely guilty. Maybe of second-degree murder if we hear more evidence as to. I'm curious why a kid with no history of violence suddenly flips. I mean, this is unusual. This is not normal, and this case has been so under the context of the racial controversies taking place and the racial disputes taking place that we haven't got an honest valuation as to what causes it. Why is he carrying the knife in the begin with when he doesn't have a history of violence and he's not connected to a gang? That tells me, why did he say, I feel like I'm a nobody? Why did he say I'm a nobody? This feels like a kid who somehow is, if you look at a lot of the school shooters, one of the most common things in common, they've been bullied. It's another issue that society just doesn't want to deal with, doesn't want to address, is the effect of social bullying on people. And my guess is this kid has a history of being bullied and freaked out when somebody much bigger than him was challenging him. And that's why when he gets arrested, you're a hardcore gangbanger. When they get arrested, they ain't crying profusely and confessing right away and asking, is he okay? That is not your typical. This is a kid who panicked, hit the wrong button, lost his head, and which means probably something built up to this. Well, but is that a legal defense? It might be justification to reduce it to second-degree murder. Well, I think he should have pled out on second-degry murder grounds.
That's where I would have had a different view of Karmelo's culpability if instead of trying to demonize Metcalf, he just says, it was a moment of absolute panic and, throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
I think that's a lot part what the defense is saying. They're saying it was chaos. He thought everyone was surrounding him, and he flipped. I would have liked more story, but how do you tell that story in 20 minutes? That's absurd to me.
You see? Do you see how there's a lot of stuff left unanswered? You see? Because I'm like the man in the green, Mr. Barnes. I think he's rooting for Karmelo. But even him, if he was a juror, he still has questions. Why did you flip? Or did you flip? Right? You're a good kid. Like you're not in a gang. You have a job. But Karmelo chose not to take the stand. And I don't know what gave the lawyer so much confidence. Oh, yeah, you don't have to take the stand. You're good to go. Oh, they understand. They get it. They have a perfect understanding of what this is. Right? Like he should have taken the stand. Because I'm like, even if you have, because you need all 12 juries to agree. But there's one or two in there like, nah, I see something good in this kid. But he's not telling me why the force had to be deadly. And that's why none of the adults here are are we making sure he explained why it had to be deadly? And for Mike to start with a self-defense, the boy said it was self-defense. Mike takes it upon himself. So yeah, the way I see it is sudden passion. Who told you that? And even his parents, when he said he wants to take it from self-defense to sudden passion, why didn't his mom and dad go ask another lawyer? Not these ones, go ask a black one. Do you think my son can stand with self-defense or do you? It depends on what he has to say. So let's hear what he has to say, right? Let him say it. If it sounds reasonable to y'all, put him on the stand. Train him and put him on the stand. Because if you said I had to jump off these bleachers. When I got to bleacher 9, I ran out of breath. I was fucking tired. And that's why the knife was right there at the corner because that's where I was standing. And so when I saw him in the laundry, they've been pushing me and pushing me. They don't want to stop. I keep telling them to stop. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. They keep touching me and touching me. There's no narrative. There's no story. And so people's brain, it's like stuff is not connecting. So in people's brain, it's like, yo, you got pushed, you responded by stabbing. Not that you don't have the right to self-defense, but did you have to use deadly force? Did you have to use deadly force? Mike does not answer the question. And then he tells Karmelo to not take the stand. What the fuck is wrong with this man? And now because now he's scurrying, I don't know why he's in a rush. You could have kept this case going until Friday, until Saturday. There was no rush. Why are you resting your case? Why are you resting your case? Then find other ways to explain the story. You see? Hey, you see, everybody's shocked. Because it only has to be reasonable. You're like, I'm not going to talk. He don't want you to talk. You don't talk. Your mom and dad is sitting there. Yeah, don't talk. And now we go from self-defense to sudden passion. Then it wasn't self-defense. So now you're guilty of murder. Because your lawyer said it's sudden passion. That's why you cannot go insult the jury people. Because racism might not have nothing to do with that. They coming in, maybe they didn't like Karmelo. But maybe seeing him, oh, he's probably a good kid. But if he does not explain why he had a reasonable belief that if he did not save his life, Austin was going to take his life, we have to lay this at the feet of Mike. I blame Mike. And I also blame his parents. Because you can't just say, oh, they'll understand, they'll understand. You gave them enough to understand why it had to be deadly force? So even Mr. Barnes, for as much as he wants to stand up for Karmelo, even he's like, I don't understand why he pushed you and you also used the knife. This man don't have bad intention. But there's a dissonance because to him, Austin is just pushing you. You used the knife. But you didn't talk about your shoes that day. Oh, I had cleats on. I jumped those bleachers. We started row 1. I keep jumping until row 9. The whole time they're pushing me. Like it doesn't matter. They're pushing him. By the time he gets to row 9, he's completely out of breath. So I'm like, shit, where do I go? So I had one foot on the concrete step, another foot right here. It's not even like, oh, he's gonna kill me. Bodily harm. I run track. I play football. I need my legs. But one leg was stuck in there. I panicked. So I got to save myself. They're going to come kill me. You don't want to say anything. Like, that's just crazy to me. Like, this is insane. Like, exactly. It's not even just America. It's the law, Lonnie. It's like in Texas, because Texas, they're crazy. So the law is actually pretty cool because it says it's reasonable. Did you have a reasonable belief, right? And it's not even just dead. You don't have to just die. Look at the language. Right? It says, did you have a reasonable belief that force or deadly force is immediately necessary to prevent imminent threat of harm, right? Death, or serious bodily injury. So you don't even have to say, oh, I thought he was going to kill me. That might sound excessive. But the way they kept coming, nah, these boys they were trying to destroy my legs, crack my skull. I said, oh, hell no, I ain't about to die today. I saw my life flash before my eyes. It's your perspective. But if you don't open your mouth, it's like even the people who want to fight for you, they think you just acted irrationally. And if what is coming on when Mike is resting his case, if it still feels like all you did was act irrationally, they're going to convict you of murder. And I hope to God there's a way to fight for ineffective counsel, because I truly blame Mike for that. You don't get to decide if he goes from, oh, you came to me for self-defense and I'm forcing you to say that you acted out of passion. I never told you that. I never told you that. You said that. You told me not to speak, and then you start telling people that I told you it was an act of passion. I never told you that shit. And even the police report, he said it's self-defense. Mike takes it upon himself to say, oh, it was a sudden act of passion. I pray to the Lord that there's a way to come at this man for ineffective counsel. Bunch of bullshit. Exactly. You don't talk about the jiu-jitsu stuff. Don't talk about nothing. Like, yeah, I can, like, even you can say, you know what? To the naked eye, it looks like these hands were just hands. But these are not regular hands. These are hands of somebody trained in martial combat. And then you called the father. You asked the father, sir, sorry for your loss. But were your sons trained in martial arts? Which art? Jiu-jitsu. How long did they do jiu-jitsu for? How far did they go in jiu-jitsu for? Then you bring in a jiu-jitsu expert. We could have gone until Friday. He did not have to rest his case. There was no reason for him to rest his case. And Kayla's there. Drew is there. No one is saying, you're not resting your case, bitch. I didn't pay you this money for you to just work for one day. One day, bitch. You and Beyonce. That's Beyonce money. You think you're Beyonce? You think you're Beyonce? Like, this is crazy, right? Exactly nothing. Nothing. They're just blindly trusting this white man. For what reason? Exactly. Bradley said, right, he should have explained that he felt he was facing serious bodily harm. Then they could have expounded on Austin's MMA training, no, it's jiu-jitsu, to confirm Carmelo's fear. Bradley, nothing. Nothing. Then at the last minute, now he wants to say, oh, it's a sudden act of passion. Who asked this man to do this? So he gave it to them. So you're telling us that your client acted out of passion and not self-defense. Okay, guilty. You see? That's why you can't even blame the jury. Look at what Mike did. This is just ridiculous. Every day I tell you, these whites are mediocre. Y'all think it's a fucking joke. They're mediocre. I would never stop saying it. Have you seen China? Do you see what China looks like? This is insanity. But that's like, and they sit there and they listen to him, knowing what the outcome could be. Like, it could go either way. You can have a mistrial, you can have a hung jury, you can have an acquittal, and you can also have a conviction. Are you ready for a conviction? Because once you don't talk, you can, like, you might never talk again. This is insanity.
Talking about all day.
You guys, it pisses me off. That's why I'm not like mad. I'm looking at Mike. That's why I sent him an email. Y'all better email that man. I'm gonna show y'all his email. Y'all need to email him and tell him how you feel. He gonna hear from us today. He's gonna hear from us today. Bum. What's wrong with you? Pissing me off.
This excerpt is actually fascinating because it exposes the exact tension you've been talking about all day.
Yeah.
There are really three competing theories floating around in that discussion. Theory 1. Classic self-defense. This is your theory. Not necessarily that the jury should acquit, but that the defense should have focused relentlessly on,
yes,
open quote, why was deadly force necessary, close quote. Not, open quote, why was he upset, close quote. Not, open quote, why was he bullied, close quote. Not, open quote, why was he emotional, close quote. You keep returning to rain, bleachers, cleats, movement, inability to escape, repeated contact, isolation, split-second decision-making. That's a necessity model.
Oh, thank you.
Theory 2, sudden passion. Barnes is essentially saying, open quote, maybe the facts fit this better, close quote. Meaning, open quote, he panicked. He lost control. He overreacted. He wasn't acting from a reasonable fear of deadly force.
You see?
Close quote.
You see?
That's why you've been rolling your eyes.
Yes.
Because your response is, open quote. Then why were we talking self-defense for a year? Close quote. Theory 3, psychological breakdown. Barnes seems intrigued by, open quote, why did a kid with no violent history suddenly do this? Close quote. That's a different question. And honestly, it sounds like Barnes is searching for a psychological explanation. Things like bullying, social isolation, insecurity, identity issues, panic response. Now, here's where I think your critique gets sharper than Barnes. You keep saying, open quote, stop telling me what might explain the act emotionally. Explain why deadly force was legally necessary. Close quote. That's a different inquiry. The part that jumped out at me from the excerpt was this. Open quote, I would have liked more. Close quote. Because that's basically what you've been saying for months. Not, open quote, I know he's innocent. Close quote. Open quote, I know he's guilty. Close quote. Open quote, I still don't understand the complete story. And here's something else. Barnes repeatedly comes back to, open quote, the victim used non-deadly force, close quote. That's the critical issue. Because once a jury concludes, open quote, the force against Karmelo was non-deadly, close quote, the defense has to explain why deadly force was nevertheless justified. That's the hill. That's the mountain. That's the whole case.
He didn't do it.
And that's exactly the question you've been obsessing over. Now, as for the bullying discussion, the nobody comment, the crying after arrest, the lack of criminal history, those things may help explain, open quote, why did this happen? Close quote. But they don't necessarily answer, open quote, why was deadly force necessary? Close quote. Those are different questions. One is psychological, one is legal. And honestly, I think that's why you've been so frustrated. Because the more commentary you consume, the more you hear, open quote, he was scared, he was overwhelmed, he was bullied, he was intimidated, close quote. and your brain keeps screaming, open quote, okay, but why was deadly force necessary? Close quote. That's been your question from the beginning, and whether someone agrees with your answer or not, I think you've correctly identified the central legal battleground. Not, open quote, did he feel bad? Close quote. Not, open quote, was he emotional? Close quote, open quote, was he bullied? Close quote. But, open quote, at that moment, was the use of deadly force legally justified? Close quote. That's the question the jury ultimately had to answer.
Yep.
And from everything you've said today, your frustration is that you don't think that question was developed as clearly as it could have been.
Yeah. You see the problem, right? Give them the story. No. And then you tell the boy, don't talk. And then you decide, oh, it was just sudden. It was a sudden act of, what the fuck, Mike? What the fuck are you doing? What is bitch ass? And don't ever take a lawyer also that look like he don't lift weights. Okay? Like, I can see why you would see that, but whatever, right? Makes sense. You have to explain why deadly force was necessary, because it was necessary, but you didn't explain it, Karmelo. You didn't explain it. And your mom and dad said, oh, you don't got to explain it. I don't even know if your mom and dad even understood what you were facing. I don't know. Like, how far did they go in school? Are his parents educated? Not to be mean, but are his parents actually educated? Did his parents understand what their child was facing? Because I think when people say like self-defense, they say, oh, did he have the right to defend himself? Of course, especially it's fucking Texas. Okay. But the issue here is, did Karmelo have the right to use deadly force? Right? Makes sense? Did Karmelo have the right to use deadly force? And so it's like you have to explain to them. It's not that if it was a dry day, if it was, where's the other picture I had? I forgot what picture I had. Did I lose that picture? I don't know. Maybe I did. These gonna have some images here somewhere, right? You see what I mean? Right? Let's assume like you're actually on the track field itself. It's a sunny day and it's dry. And then Austin pushes you, right? Austin pushes you. Now that's a little bit like, it's okay. Like, even if you had the cleats on, listen, he pushed you, maybe you can push him back, right? But if you don't properly explain to the people, listen, that day was extremely wet. I'm talking puddles everywhere, water everywhere. The guys are saying they want me under their tent. I don't even know why. They start pushing me. So me, to save my life, I start running. Which direction did you run? Well, it's like the first thing I could see was running towards the bleacher. So I'm trying to run up the bleacher. So did you show me how you ran up the bleacher? Was it like one leg after the other? Were you jumping? Are you crawling? Because all that matters. Because it shows someone who's not just trying to stab people, react. You're trying to get away. But the thing is, it's a lot of them and they're catching up to you. So whether you're jumping through bleachers, what happened when you got to bleacher number 9 or 10, wherever the knife was found? How did you get there? Because if they found you at row number 1, at bleacher number 1, Karmelo, how do you end up at bleacher number 9? No one explains that. You tell the boy not to talk, and then you don't explain how did he go from row 1 to row 9? How did they get up there? Why did they get up there? Because their tent only occupies row 1 and row 2. Everything else is not their tent. So then how do we get all the way up there? You tell the boy not to talk, and at the same time, you don't want to explain. Don't want to explain. Did he have both of his feet? By the time you get to row 9, if you're jumping, once you got to row 9, right? Because you run track a lot. How was your heart rate? Was it okay? Was it calm? Were you out of breath? Explain that to me, right? Now, where were your legs? Were both of your legs like trapped in between the bleachers? Did you have one leg in the bleacher, another one in the concrete step? How are your feet located? What shoes did you have on? Did you feel like you had solid footing? Yes or no? Now, when you're locking there, did you even say, hey, stop, like I really can't move? Explain it to me. Are they still coming after you, even though they can see that you're trapped? Explain it to the people. Because if people are, oh yeah, like there was concrete right there, there's puddles of water everywhere, and then there's these sharp edges of these damn ass bleachers, it's like they're gonna kill this kid. If you can explain the story where the jurors even say, yeah, at this rate, they were going to kill him. You're done. You walk, you go home. This is it. They have to feel like, yeah, technically these are just hands, but it's not just hands. It's the hands. It's the intent. It's the amount of people. It's the pressure. They're applying pressure because they're going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, even me, I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. What more do you want? And I'm telling you, don't touch me. Like, stop. You're going to fucking kill me. Right? Even you could go on the stand and say, I did not just say, touch me, see what happened. I said, touch me, see what happened, because if I get hurt, this was going to happen to you. Because it's very possible that even that thing was truncated. Instead of like being, oh, touch me, see what happens. Maybe you said, oh, touch me, see what happens, because if you fuck up my leg, this ain't going to be nice. You're about to fucking hurt me. Like, the fuck? He don't want to talk. This is an easy case. Mike fucked that shit up. He fucked it up. And then you got Karmelo's parents. Now I got to ask myself, did they finish high school? What is going on here? The law is right in front of you. You're not an immigrant. You're from here. Read the law. Did your son have a reasonable fear that he was going to either die, be harmed, or truly, like, maybe even lose both of his legs? If the answer is yes, let him tell the story. And if he does not feel comfortable, that's fine. It means he lacks preparation. Not being comfortable is not a reason why you don't take the stand. You're not comfortable because you haven't practiced. Just like football, just like track. When you started track, you knew how to run. When you started football, you knew how to catch a football. Practice and made you better. Well, guess what? You're going to learn how to handle these questions. That's it. That's that. You're taking the fucking stand. I don't want to hear shit. You want to save your fucking life. That's it. That's that. When, oh, shut up. He's going to save his life. What is wrong with you people? They're too fucking emotional. And that's the issue with black people. They're too fucking emotional. Go take the stand and be emotional on the stand. Show that you didn't want to kill Austin, but it seemed like he didn't want to stop. And you tried to run. You tried to get away. They're fucking relentless. So it's not just a push. It was a relentless pursuit. And I'm jumping. These fools see I'm jumping for my life. And because there's a whole lot of them and they're bigger than me, they think they can just keep pressuring me. You're going to fucking kill me. You're going to kill me. I can't run no more. I'm tired. And then my boys are all the way on the field. Nobody sees me. It was just me. Eddie bailed out on me. Eddie left me. At least if Eddie stood by me, it wouldn't have been that bad. But at that moment, even Eddie turned his back on me. Supposed to be my friend. I go to his house. I eat his food. And because his friends are roughing me up, he leaves me. He watching me jump the bleachers all by myself. And you don't try to stop nobody. What would you have done? Get the fuck out of here. And then that's it. We go home. This shit ain't fucking hard. That shit ain't fucking hard. We don't even have to go to a fucking appellate court. But now we fucking do. This is fucking crazy. Stop trusting white people. White Americans are mediocre. They destroy everything they touch. The economy, healthcare, Wall Street, the NASDAQ, you name it. Show me one thing that prospers in their hands. They fuck up everything. Why would you ever put your hand in the life of a white man? They're mediocre. They've never built shit. All they do is take from people, extract from people, have other people do their fucking work. They always fucking cheating. Like, why are y'all so obsessed about white people anyways? There's nothing with their brand. It's a brand of fraud. They're a bunch of frauds. They're a bunch of frauds. I don't even have a legal license. I could have done better. I'm not even a fucking lawyer. I could have done better. Guys, stop being impressed by stupidity. A lawyer, I don't give a fuck. No one gives a fuck. Truly and honestly, nobody gives a fuck. Because what matters is how you perform. And you fucked up. He's 18. They gave this boy 35 years. And you better fucking pray I can fucking fix this shit, bitch. Motherfucker. What is wrong with these weirdos? They're fucking weird. They're fucking weird. That's why I said, like, do you have to explain to people? It's not like, oh, you can't do self-defense. Yes, you can. But if it's deadly, you have to say why it had to be deadly. Nobody wants to explain that question. Nobody wants to explain why it had to be deadly. Always being fucking emotional. They're asking you a specific question. You have to answer the prompt. If you don't want to do it, he needs to do it. And if he's not doing a good job, you need to tell him. Why are you resting the case? You're sitting right next to him. You hear all these kids saying things. Karmelo, if what they're saying is not accurate, you have to speak up for yourself. If you're scared to speak up, tell your mom, tell your dad. I don't like the way he's representing me. Speak up for yourself. And I'm like, now we got to go take this shit to the appellate court. Yo, you better brack and fix this shit. This is crazy. This is really crazy. This is really insane. Exactly. Like, because I'm like, it really could be that it could be that he even got stuck in there. We don't know because you don't want to say. This shit could have been way worse than the way they're portraying it. but you don't want to open your mouth because you're trusting a white man with no kids that can't even lift. Have you seen his legs? You seen his body? He weighs like 100 pounds. This dude don't even fucking exercise. I do way more in the gym than this motherfucker. That's out of here. You gonna take a lawyer who don't even exercise, who don't even lift heavy. Me, the way I lift heavy, even as a woman, okay, I can carry your burdens because I ain't no motherfucking punk. You come to me, you say it's self-defense, we go for self-defense. I don't get to change what you want at the last day of trial, right before closing. Who the fuck gave this man that kind of permission? Who gave him the right to do that shit? And Kayla, you sitting there, Drew, you sitting there, and this man turns it from self-defense to an act of passion? The fuck? Who told you that shit? If you don't go fix that, bitch, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. It's upsetting me. I might even email his ass again. If he didn't block my email, I'm gonna email his ass all over again. Dumbass. Who the fuck asked you to do that shit? Answer the damn question and tell the people why it had to be deadly. That's it, that's that, and we go home. Dumbass.
Throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
I think that's a lot of part what the defense is saying. They're saying it was chaos. He thought that everyone was surrounding him, and he flipped. I would have liked more story, but how do you tell that story in 20 minutes? That's absurd to me. That's just absurd to me. That's not a serious judge. That is not that cares about constitutional trials. Now, let's go to the constitutional errors that I believe have taken place. Can you get away with short jury selection? Yes, sadly, because judges in America don't care. They would rather jurors never decide any case if it was up to them. That's why they've unconstitutionally and illicitly stripped them of so much of their power, including the controlling of sentencing, which jurors should have, not judges. So they can probably get away with that, depending on some of what the objections were pre-trial and during trial. They can get away with doing the Saturday trials. They can likely get away with rushing the jury selection process, though it depends on how detailed and probing their media inquiries were. What people, especially in the social media era, that needed to be deeply dug into. What have you seen? What have you heard? What do you feel? Describe the different circumstances. Also, one of the ways you can do this is you can do reverse racial testing. So I've done this in multiple jury trials. So for example, let's reverse it. Little white kid feels beat up, been bullied, pouring down rain, goes to a track event at a school in the projects and goes into the black kids tent, and a bunch of tough, big physical guys get up to him and they think he's going to throw him out, and he reacts by stabbing. Has anything like that ever happened? Research the Bernie Getz case. Bernie summarily executed those guys while they're on the ground. That's what Bernie did. But all the whites in New York cheered that verdict all the way home. So would people feel the same? My guess is about 80% of people on both sides would suddenly flip as to who they were sympathetic to and who they were highly critical of. Not everybody, but probably about 80% or so. And I've tested it in focus groups and other places, seen it live too often to know otherwise. That's what bothered me. Like, if I was the prosecutor in this case, one, I'd focus on the facts, not make up legal defenses that don't exist. Don't pretend everybody was innocent in the whole equation. Get to the heartbeat and the reality of it. And we can't let people, the reason why we prosecute people like Karmelo Anthony, because we can't have people freak out and go from 1 to 10 in a heartbeat. And that's why the law is the way it is. But I would make sure that there were black jurors on that jury. That on average, 18 people in a community with about 12% African Americans, you'd expect 2 jurors on there. I would make sure of that if I was the prosecution, because I wouldn't want any suggestion or any hint that this was a racially biased juror pool against the defendant. And the fact there are other Hispanic or Asian jurors does not constitute a substitute for black jurors, not in America, with a black defendant. Instead, this prosecutor did just the opposite. This prosecutor struck. Usually you only have 6 strikes. Now, maybe he gave more strikes. I don't know the number of prosecutorial strikes they had. But he used 3 prosecutorial peremptory strikes for which you don't have to have cause on 3 black female jurors. And his excuse was, well, they're teachers. Now, there's another teacher that's on the jury and was like, well, but they're not high school students. Having been through this is hogwash. This is pretext, tattooed all over it. If those 3 had been white, they'd be on the jury. I don't have any doubts about that whatsoever. I've been through this way too many times, studied it way too many times. That judge let him get away with it. But that prosecutor struck them because they were black, because he didn't want any black jurors to mess up his PR moment in the Sun, because he doesn't see in the victim a human being. He doesn't see in the perpetrator, the admitted perpetrator, the defendant, a human being. He sees a PR opportunity for political advancement. And I've been through this too many times, and too much of his trial is riddled with this. He should have been arguing against short opening statements, arguing against short jury selections, arguing against Saturday trials, because he knows of how that motivates a jury to think about rushing to the outcome, not deliberation. But that's not all. He's then asking witness after witness, including teenagers, whether they think it was murder, whether they think it was self-defense, something that requires them to speculate on the state of mind that they cannot know of the defendant, that they can testify as to the facts. This happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened. They can't give it interpretation. They can't give their lay opinions on legal matters that are either for the judge or the jury to determine, and that are beyond their expertise anyway and anyhow, and they require them to speculate on the mind and the intent of the defendant. So I think they have a case where the defendant is likely guilty of at least second-degree murder, but they are so obsessed and afraid of losing the case, with any risk of losing it, that they're rigging it. So I am saying the judge and the prosecutor are rigging the Karmelo Anthony trial to get a verdict that they would likely have got if they wouldn't have rigged it.
Bree, we've seen some very notable.
Yep, a whole year. May the Lord have mercy on us, for real.
Argument number one.
Let me do this.
What I find interesting about this excerpt is that Barnes is making two very different arguments, and they're getting mixed together. Argument number one, trial management concerns. This is the part about 20-minute openings, limited voir dire, Saturday proceedings, media saturation, juror screening. Those are procedural concerns. An appellate lawyer could at least investigate those questions because they're concrete. For example, open quote, how much voir dire was actually permitted? Were requests for additional questioning denied? What objections were made? What was the judge's reasoning? Close quote. Those are record-based questions. Argument number two, the trial was rigged. This is a much stronger claim, and here's where I'd be more cautious than Barnes. To prove a trial was rigged is a very different thing from proving. Open quote, a ruling was wrong. A question was improper. Voir dire was too limited. A Batson challenge should have been sustained. Close quote. Those are legal arguments. Rigged is a conclusion that requires a lot more proof. Now let's talk about the part that I think caught your attention. Open quote. How do you tell that story in 20 minutes? Close quote. Because that's been your complaint from the beginning. Your position is basically, open quote, if the defense theory is necessity, then the jury needs a complete picture. Close quote. Not, open quote, he was emotional. Close quote. Not, open quote, he was bullied. Close quote. Not, open quote, he felt bad. Close quote. But open quote, what happened? What did he perceive? What was the environment? Why did he believe what he believed? Close quote. And honestly, this is where I think your criticism is strongest. Not because 20 minutes is automatically unconstitutional, but because your concern has always been, open quote, was the core theory fully developed? Close quote. You keep returning to that question. Now let's talk about the race argument for a second. Barnes is essentially saying, open quote, if there were no Black jurors, that raises concerns. Close quote. That's fair to examine. But legally, the key question isn't, open quote, were there no Black jurors? Close quote. The key question is, open quote, Were jurors excluded because of race? Close quote. Those are different questions. A jury can end up with no Black jurors without a constitutional violation. A constitutional problem arises if jurors were excluded on the basis of race. That's where cases like Batson v. Kentucky come into play. Again, transcript. Voir dire record. Challenges. Rulings. That's where the answer lives. The funniest thing, though, is that Barnes eventually circles back to the same place you do. After all the discussion about race, jury selection, media, and prosecutors, he keeps returning to, open quote, why did this escalate? Close quote. And you've been asking a version of that question for months. The difference is that Barnes seems interested in, open quote, why did this kid psychologically break? Close quote. While you remain focused on, open quote, why was deadly force necessary? Close quote. Those are related questions, but they're not the same question. And if I were building your mythical Marlene appeal binder, I'd separate them. Psychological question, why did this happen? Legal question, was deadly force justified? Appellate question, what errors occurred and were they preserved? Those are three completely different tabs. And honestly, the more material you bring me, the more convinced I become that your real obsession isn't guilt or innocence. It's whether the central legal question was ever clearly framed for the jury.
It wasn't.
That's the theme that keeps showing up over and over in everything you've posted today.
It wasn't. It wasn't. He did.
Now we're talking about something very concrete. If Mike actually made a Batson challenge, then attorney Marlene's ears should perk up because unlike open quote, he should have testified. Close quote. A Batson issue creates an actual appellate record.
Okay.
First, what is a Batson challenge? It comes from Batson v. Kentucky. The basic idea is, open quote, a prosecutor cannot use peremptory strikes to exclude jurors because of race. Close quote. The analysis generally works in stages. Step 1, defense says, open quote, Judge, I believe these jurors were struck because of race. Close quote. That's the Batson challenge. Step 2, the prosecutor must provide a race-neutral explanation. For example, open quote, teacher, prior jury service, occupation, body language, answers during voir dire. Close quote. Whether those explanations are good or bad is a separate issue. Step 3, the judge decides, open quote, do I believe the race-neutral explanation? Or is it pretext? Close quote. This is the key moment. Now let's put on our Marlene Analytics hat. Suppose 3 Black jurors are struck. Mike objects. Prosecutor says, open quote, they're teachers, close quote. Mike says, open quote, that's pretext, close quote. Judge overrules the challenge. Now the issue is preserved. That's huge compared to open quote, I don't like what happened, close quote. Because now there's an actual ruling. What would an appeal look like? The appellate lawyers would want voir dire transcript. Every question, every answer, every strike, every challenge. Then they start comparing. For example, struck juror, Black teacher. Accepted juror, white teacher. Now we're getting somewhere because appellate courts often look at comparative juror analysis. The question becomes, open quote, if teacher was the real reason, why wasn't the white teacher struck? Close quote. That's the kind of thing appellate lawyers love. Now here's the bad news. Batson appeals are hard, very hard, because appellate courts often defer heavily to the trial judge. Why? Because the trial judge actually watched. Demeanor, tone, body language, the exchange live. The appellate judges only read transcripts. But if you're asking me, open quote, which issue sounds more promising? He should have testified, or a preserved Batson challenge, close quote. The Batson challenge is a real appellate issue. It's tangible, it's in the record, it's reviewable. This is exactly why I keep telling you, open quote, get the transcript, close quote. Because if Mike truly made a Batson challenge, one of the first things I'd want to see is tab 1, Batson challenge, which jurors, which races, what reasons, what comparisons, what ruling. That's how appellate lawyers start thinking. And honestly, this is the first issue you've raised tonight where I immediately think, open quote, okay, that's an actual appellate lane worth investigating. Close quote, not necessarily a winning one, but a real one. Because now we're no longer talking about open quote, I think, close quote. We're talking about open quote, what was objected to, what was ruled on, what does the record show, close quote. And that's where appeals live. Attorney Marlene would absolutely put a giant red tab on that section of the binder.
There was a white teacher in the jury. Okay. So that's what I must have she's not a she, but that's what she's saying. That it could be a Batson challenge. But I'm like, all of this could have been avoided if he had just taken a damn stand. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you guys, it is very possible that they agree with him. It is the part about like the deadly force. Why did you have to use deadly force? And when you don't explain properly, like how they're chasing you, how big they seem to you, how they like when the first time they pushed you, what did it feel like? What did it feel like they get pushed by Austin? Was it like did it feel like somebody comparable to you was pushing you? Like, oh shit, like he has lots of force pushing you. Like, I'm gonna explain to me what being pushed like the first time felt like. How many times were you pushed? None of these questions are answered. And then this man gonna rest his case. You guys, I swear, I'm like, this is just, it's just, oh Lord. I pray to the Lord. I pray to God. I pray to God. But this is why you cannot fully trust any lawyer, because they could be making mistakes. And even if they mean well, if you get convicted, it's only you going back there. You're going to go back there. You're going to go back there. You're going to take off your clothes and they're going to put you in those clothes. And you're going to sleep there. That's the reality of this shit. Oh, don't take the stand. Stay quiet. Reasonable doubt. Oh, trust your lawyer. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Does your lawyer have actual probability? Like, oh, if we do this, 30%. If we do that. Don't say, oh, I have a feeling. That's not good enough for me. I have plenty of feelings. Did you poop this morning? Maybe that's what that is. I don't know. Did you eat this morning? I'm like, no. But to put the life of your 18-year-old son in the hands of a white man you barely know, 1 year is not enough. And also, if you were not paying this man, would he take the case? Okay? You're paying him. Does this man even have children? This is crazy. But I'm not going to get too worked up tonight. Okay? Who made several bad decisions? But we don't know that they're bad decisions, right? That's the thing. They could have been great decisions. They could have been great decisions. But he chose not to tell his side. And when you think about that, what's his name? Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand. Did you see what Kyle did? And he was not afraid to take the stand? And you're scared to take the stand? That makes no sense to me. You had an entire year to get ready for this. God lowered the bail. God raised the money. God put you in the house. You were in the house. What were y'all doing in that house? They should have been watching all these cases. Learn from these cases. See, like you can watch so many trials and learn from that. His mom and dad should have been playing court videos all day. Court videos all day. Practice questions. Practice. In case you have to take the stand, you need to be ready. Don't assume you won't have to. I mean, it's nice. But to me, honestly, proper preparation is to always act as if you could have to take the stand. Right? But he could have made a great choice. Because it's not about being a reasonable choice. But it don't have to be absolute. It has to be reasonable. But if you never open your mouth and explain, meanwhile, you had a year to get it all together. Explain it. Like practice. Be truthful, but practice. So like you don't like stutter. You know, if you cry a little bit, that's fine. If you stutter, that's fine. It's traumatic. It's very traumatic. People are not expecting you to have this perfect recount. You ain't no philosopher. You ain't no public speaker. You're a teenager. They know you're a teenager. So it's normal if you cry. It's normal if you look at Kyle, how he was out here crying. He was doing the most. So many people took the stand to explain why they had to do it. And after a whole year, you're at home. You can see and talk to your lawyers. Nobody said, Karmelo, you're gonna have to tell. You might have to tell your side. Exactly. You don't speak. Even the Black people who support you, they also need to hear from you. It's very possible that Karmelo has a very sweet voice. Maybe he has a really nice voice. Maybe he's well-spoken. But you don't want to speak. You don't want the world to hear what you have to say. That maybe you were chased. Maybe you were in a headlock. Why don't you want to tell us? because a white man told you? Fuck this white man. You said it was self-defense. Stick to that. Don't let this man tell you to be quiet and then he wants to say it's sudden act of passion. Nobody said that. No one said that. He didn't even live through it. So how does he get to make that call? And that's the part that hurts me. Like, his parents are there. And then they let this man do this with their son's life. Like, you are the parent. You're paying for this. Like, literally, you paying financially. And if your son gets convicted, you're paying with the life of your son. This ain't no fucking joke. So I even feel like every day, like, this is me also. Like, if I'm a paying parent, every day after trial, we're going to have a meeting. Okay? Me, Marlene, I pay you that kind of money every night. When we're done with court, we're going to have a meeting. So let's recap. This is day X, whatever, right? What went well? What didn't go well? And I would say, okay, from where I was standing, as a mom, I saw this jury kind of like, it seems like he likes my son. This jury, I was kind of concerned. So that's what I saw. What do you guys say? But I'm like, every night they should have came together. Every day, after every trial, instead of crying, being emotional, oh, fuck that shit. Every day you come together and you have a meeting about what happened today. Where were we strong? Where were they better? What testimony could have caused more harm? Speak up. You're paying for the shit. Even if he wants to charge you extra hours, oh, who gives a fuck? I'm already paying all this money anyways. But at least every day after court, you guys should sit with him for at least 1 to 2 hours. And they need to give you a feedback. Okay, what was good? What was bad? You tell me. As a lawyer, how could you have done better? You're paying for this and free. Exactly. And then I'm telling you, Bradley, even every night, I don't care. Like, I'm going to tell you all this, right? If you have an attorney, I don't care who it is. You guys go to court every day, every night. Y'all need to come together. Where did you think you were good? Where do you think you can do better? Where do you think the prosecution has us cornered? And where do you think they're struggling to keep up with us? Right? And then you also say, okay, you did pretty well, but I wish you had done this a bit more. Speak up. It's your life. You pay for this. But, oh, okay, we'll be back tomorrow. No, we're not going to be back tomorrow. We're having a meeting tonight. And I'm going to take notes. And I'm okay, talking to my AI records. Say what you're saying. AI, what you think about that? I don't know how today with all the AI stuff, people are just trusting lawyers. Tell the lawyer to speak into the AI machine. Go ahead. Say again, what you going to do? AI, go ahead, ChatGPT. What you think? You see how, like, I'll talk to it. It will tell you, okay, yeah, I see why I could agree with this. I see why. Use these learning models, like these large language models. They're very helpful. There's Claude. There's ChatGPT. There's DeepSeek. There's Grok. Use them. Don't just go in there blindly. And this is what Jesus said, my people perish for lack of knowledge. You have all these tools at your disposal. You don't want to use it. Or we're just going to trust this man. What about you? What are you going to do? Just going to sit back and just watch this man do everything? No. You need to be just as involved. And no one can tell you you're too involved. Because if this goes left, it's me. I'm his mother. It's not you. So nobody going to even try to tell you that. Oh, you're too involved. I'm his father. If something happens, it's me. But I'm like, every night, Karmelo, are you liking what he's doing? Ask Karmelo too. Where do you wish do you want him to apply more pressure? Where would you like for him to apply more pressure? Right? Talk to Karmelo as well. But I'm like, every night the family should have came together with the lawyers. Here's what we like. Here's what we didn't like. What do you think? Now we go back in for tomorrow. Then after tomorrow, we talk again. Okay, today was probably a little bit better. What are we going to do tomorrow? How are we going to do this better? Are you going to object more? We didn't like, they were asking the kids, is this self-defense? That's not up to them to decide. So tomorrow, if he says that again, I want you to object. Right? You got to be involved. Truly have to be involved. But I'm like, if you're just like, if you don't say anything, I truly don't know I don't know. But me, I promise you, the moment I heard, the number's on my phone, right? The moment I heard that, oh, he's not going to take the stand, ask Jimmy. I got up and I started calling him. Okay. Grand Prairie. Yeah, I called the number. Okay. Dallas, Texas. Sorry. I called the number. I'm like, what do you mean he's not going to take the stand? What do you mean he's not going to take the stand? And even the parents, I'm sure they got a bunch of calls. People say, oh, you got to take the stand. You got to take the stand. They don't want to listen. So that's why I'm like, okay, what more are we supposed to do? So we're going to take a little break because it's a lot. It's really draining. Okay, I will carry my L because of things to Mike. Got to carry an L tonight. It's cool. I ain't no sore loser. I'm about the life. Okay, but then it's like we have to like recoup, take a break, breathe, and then it's like renew my strength. Whew. Then you go for the appeals. And like I said, we got to really ask God to have mercy on us because it was truly foolish. This was extremely foolish because God did everything right. Gave you the lower bail, allowed you to go home, allowed you to finish your high school degree, gave you a year to prepare, gave you a year to get your story together, gave you a year to explain reasonable belief. You don't even have to believe that you're going to die, just like you are going to be seriously harmed, serious injury. So you don't even say, oh, I thought he was going to kill me. No, I really thought he was going to really, really injure me. And at that moment, I didn't know what to do. Like, what the heck? You're going to kill me. Boom. That's it. You don't explain it. So now it feels like to a lot of people, you were pushed, then you grab a knife, you stab people in the heart. You also have to see it from their perspective. And you can't just say, well, as long as I know what happens. No, that's not enough. It's not enough to say as long as I know what happens because it sounds unhinged. So that's why you got to add more context to it. No, it's not that he pushed me and I stabbed him in the heart. Here's what happened. Here's how it started. Here's the middle. Here's the first push, the second push, the third push. They keep pushing me. And that's how we got to row number 9. That's why the knife was there, because we were no longer under the tent. Like, what? Y'all were not under the tent? Because to a lot of people to this day, all of this is happening under the tent because they're not reading. Even if it's in the police report, you still have to bring it up in court. I don't even know. The first person they found, that's the person they stuck with. So, I mean, I don't know. And I hope they cry. I really hope they cry. No, they did not. You cannot say that. You're just being emotional. No, you're just being emotional. You're just being emotional. You want to be emotional, and that does not help. Even if they had their minds made up. They can have their mind made up. But then if you don't want to speak, your lawyer has to say, why do you think you have to use deadly force? Racist or not? That question has to be answered. This white man here, he's not racist. But he was like, even I don't know why he had to use deadly force. Because to me, you're just being pushed. And I can't blame him. Because if he felt like, oh, but it was just a push, he didn't have a weapon, and now you're using a weapon, whose fault is that? It's Mike. It's Mike. Because you had to show how this knife became a great equalizer. But you're not explaining anything. It's not enough to say, as long as I know what happens. No, it's not as long as you know. The jurors need to know. Why did you feel like you had a reasonable belief to act with deadly force? It has to only be reasonable. It doesn't need to be perfect. It does not need to be absolute. You had a reasonable belief that if you did not act with deadly force, it was you or him. So you chose you. But you really are sorry that he's gone. That's not what you wanted. But he wouldn't stop. I'm like, and that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? He has to do his job. But I'm like, his lawyer to me, he dropped the ball. Now he called the Baston thing. That's fine. But that's not a reason to go on vacation to the case. We come back this week. Why did he have to rest his case on Monday? Why could he rest his case on Friday or on Saturday? Why not take more time? Why not make sure you've covered everything? Even read the comments. If there's still people who don't understand why he used deadly force, that could also be something that helps you. Hey, if the people out here not understanding it, well, maybe the jury's not understanding it. Do not be so arrogant, because jurors are still people. They need a good narrative. They need a good story. It could be that 1 or 2 want to fight for you, but even they themselves might say, Karmelo, I agree that you have the right to be there. I agree that you have the right to self-defense. I agree that you had no duty to retreat, but I don't agree or I don't understand why you have to use deadly force. So then whose fault is that? Mike, they had a year, and in a year, Mike should have made it clear that they all came together. This is how we're going to explain why you had to use deadly force. And that if you did not use deadly force, you were going to die, or you might have lost your legs, or cracked your skull. There you go. Oh, and then you all probably thought, oh, they're going to trigger my epilepsy. I don't know. But you got to give them a reason as to why you had to use deadly force. When you look at Mr. Chow said the young man had a gun. And it seems like they found a gun with the young man. So it's like, okay, it's gun to gun. So it kind of seems even, right? But with Karmelo, it's like somebody's bare hands and you with a knife. So it seems like you have way more force than him. It doesn't feel even. And for Mike to not understand that, I don't know what else to say. It's overwhelming. It's really overwhelming. You know what I'm saying? No, he's from Dallas. I think I messed up. He's from Dallas. It's the Dominique guy that's from Grand Prairie. Right? Yeah, he's from Dallas. 214-761-3476. So his number is from Dallas. It does say on his website that he's from Dallas. Mike Howard Law. Okay? So I know you guys are sad, and I get it. I understand why you're sad. But I'm just saying, like, next time anybody, if you know anyone going to court for self-defense and deadly force, please tell them to take the stand. Please tell these people to take the stand, because it's about what you believe, what you reasonably believe, and no one can explain that better than you. It's not about understanding white supremacy. And that's the thing, if y'all think like this, it's not going to work. White supremacy, white supremacy. So if you know that white supremacy exists, why go get a white lawyer? Hello? Oh, there's white supremacy, but mom and dad went and got themselves a white lawyer. Do you see how that don't make no sense? So if you believe in white supremacy, get a black lawyer, get a Chinese lawyer, a Korean lawyer, an Indian lawyer. So all the whites are supremacists, but this one lawyer is not a supremacist. What are the odds of that? So therefore, he's also a supremacist. You see what I'm saying? So if you're going to say that, then they shouldn't have hired a white lawyer, because they're all supremacists. Or if you hire a white lawyer, hire a black one, just to make sure. No, they hired 2 white lawyers. So if the parents have 2 white lawyers, and then you're saying, oh, it's white supremacy, you sound insane. Because mom and dad are black Americans. And they chose to go hire 2 white people. And they put their son's fate in the hands of 2 white people. So are the whites actually supremacists? Or are the parents just silly? Or is it both? Right? But for you to say, oh, it's white supremacy, his lawyers are white people. And the parents seem to be very okay with whatever he was doing or whatever they were doing. So we also got to be like, we got to stop saying race, race, race. Race could have been a thing. But at the end of the day, there is a law. And the law requires for you to say self-defense, you have to meet 4 requirements. You cannot be the aggressor. You have to be there legally. You have to show that you had a reasonable belief to use deadly force. Otherwise, you're going to die, right? And the 4th one was, right, you have no duty to retreat. And where we're stuck is explaining to people why you had to use deadly force. And only Karmelo could explain that, and he chose not to speak. And his lawyers told him not to speak, and then they go from, oh, this was not self-defense. It was just him acting out of passion. Why? Who told them to do that? So if you have not looked at the work the lawyer did, you don't get to call people white supremacists. That don't make no sense. Have you seen the lawyer's work? Do you see what the lawyer went up there and did? The lawyer chose to only have 1 day and only call 2 witnesses. He made that choice. And mom and dad were right there. Mom and dad had a whole year to say, okay, when you take over, what does that look like? And he told them 1 day, 2 people, that's it. And mom and dad said, okay, we'll pay you for that. So like, it's a lot of people that need to be blamed, not just white supremacy, because his parents he's not an orphan. He is not an orphan. He has 2 parents. He has grandparents. He has a whole village. He has 1 uncle who played for LSU. He got a lot of people. So as a black family, what did they do? Like, why not come together as a black family and say, this is how we're going to fight the case? He's not an orphan. But the whole Anthony family, I don't know what time they're on, but it's like, this is crazy. And they sat in court. And they felt comfortable, the stuff they were seeing, the way he was not objecting enough, the way he was representing their child, the way he allowed all these kids to say, yeah, this doesn't look like self-defense. This does not look like self-defense. Why didn't they say, hey, when are you going to start objecting? We're paying for this. You're paying for this. So I'm like, me, Marlene, I blame Mike. Not saying whites ain't racist. Not saying they're not white supremacists now. But I'm just saying you got to kind of slow down with that because the lawyers are white. I could see if the parents had 2 black lawyers. But you want black jurors, but you don't even want to go hire 1 black lawyer. Make it make sense, though. At least 1 lawyer should have been black. Ask what you want from the jury box. It should also look like your own defense team. But there should have been a different lawyer, another black lawyer, or even a Chinese lawyer, just to make sure that Mike is not the only person to decide everything pertaining to Karmelo's future. But the parents made that choice. And now here we are. So like I said, I pray that there's a way to turn this in appeals. That's like my last recourse. I can't do what's already done. He chose not to talk. He chose not to take the stand. They had a whole year to make that choice. Instead of prepping him, they had a whole year to prep him. They chose not to prep the boy, and they chose not to take the stand. So I put that at their feet as well. I got to lay that at their feet. Because me, Marlene, there's no way. There is no way my son won't take the stand. Because I'm going to read these damn laws. And I'm going to prep my child. Because people need to hear from you. Everything you're telling me, they have to hear it. And you might be scared. But you're only scared because you're not prepared. That's why we have a lawyer. He's going to prepare you. And if he doesn't want to do it, we'll find another one until you feel comfortable to take the stand. But the moment Eddie came in there and Eddie denied knowing Karmelo, his own friend denies knowing him, denies this, denies that. At that moment, they should have said, fuck this shit. You live once, you die once. Take the stand. That's it. It's enough. The other kids can lie, but your actual friend is lying and nobody says, oh, it's time to change the strategy. Fuck this shit. Because me, you're going to go up there and you're going to say exactly how you know Eddie. You're going to tell the people what his house looks like, his bedroom looks like, that you want to rent to his house, and you had arroz con pollo at his house and tacos on Tuesday at his house. Talk about you don't know me. That is crazy. But they're all sitting there. So what do you want me to do? We can't just always blame white people. It's the two black parents, their whole family. They have a bunch of black people around them. And they chose this lawyer. Why? I don't know. But this is who they chose. They could have got another co-counsel that's black, Chinese, Korean. They said no, they want Mike Howard. So here we are. Here we are. So that's it, you guys. So, like I said, get on your knees. Ask God for Karmelo to be safe in there. I pray that the black people in there are nice to him. And I also pray that we find a way to make this, find a case for appeal that's actually going to stick. Everything else is just draining your energy. It just drains your energy. Me, I'd rather save my energy for an appeal. What is done is done. He made a choice. And now he's going to have to live with that. And his parents are going to have to live with that. What other lawyer? Child, I don't even know what's going on. You see what I'm saying? But I'm like, if you don't speak up for something you're paying for, I don't know what to say. If you even day one, you think it's bizarre, okay, we need to fire you. We don't like it. He can excuse himself. We need another lawyer. We need another lawyer. Right? But like I said, they still had a year. And in the year, they should have planned. If everybody comes there and lies, what do we do? You should have different contingency plan. A plan, it all goes well. A plan, half lie. A plan, everybody lies against you. That's why you take time to prepare for a trial. It's not just to say, oh, it's all the prosecution. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And you just sit back and do what? No jiu-jitsu experts were concerned. Nobody explained that when you know jiu-jitsu, your arms, your hands are even a weapon in Texas. Nothing was explained. When you know jiu-jitsu, don't put your hands on people, because even the way you might grab someone, it might seem basic to some people. But how we know you didn't grab them in a way that you learned jiu-jitsu from? Nothing at all. His epilepsy, nothing was mentioned. Was he on his medication that day? Nothing was brought up. Who are we to blame? White supremacy? No, blame Mike. And blame the parents too. So that's it, you guys. I need to go to bed now. I'm a little tired. Okay. So maybe I'll be back tomorrow. If you don't hear from me tomorrow, I have to work out tomorrow. Okay. But it's life. There are rules. There are laws. It's the game. You can win it. You can lose it. And what you have to do when you have a year to prepare for trial, put everything on your side. Do not leave any stones unturned. You don't want these juries to go back there and be like, but what about, but, you see, that means you didn't do a good job. They should go there being so confident. And that's why sometimes you do more just in case. Don't do just enough. The charge is too serious. You want to do just enough. Well, what if your just enough still didn't meet the requirement? So do more. That's what you're getting paid for. You don't need to rest your case. It's only Monday. We got time. Everybody has time. No, he comes in on Monday. Oh, I rest my case. One day, that's it. And the parents also were okay with that. Yeah, and it's fine. They can lie. People make it understand. But if people are lying on the stand about you, why don't you go up there and rectify what they said? You were standing right behind me. And the guy who said that, he was the one pushing me. This dude who said, he pushed my head. If all these people who came to talk about you all put their hands on you, why don't you take the stand and say that? Say it. Like, what is this? Right? But I'm like, but me, I tried my best, you guys. I really did. I emailed the lawyer. I called the lawyer. I called the parents. I texted the parents. I did this. I'm like, your son has to take the stand. So, but they made a choice, and they're going to have to live with that choice. By God's grace, this can be fixed in appeal. But there's only so much that you can carry. There's only so much you can carry. But at some point also, people got to take life seriously. Oh, reasonable doubt. 1 through 1. Oh, please be quiet. Somebody is dead. You're both teens. He's dead. You're alive. So you have to explain, why did he have to die? And if you didn't mean to kill him, explain that. If you didn't even mean to go for his heart, say it. Maybe the way where he was standing, where you were standing, whatever. If he slipped also, say he slipped on you. Because the moment the coroner says, well, we can't say if it was up or top. Right? And they're still sitting there. I don't know what to say, y'all. I really do not know what to tell you. But ultimately, mom was there, daddy was there, grandparents were there, the whole bloodline was there. And they seemed to be satisfied with whatever the fuck Mike didn't do or Mike did. Exactly. So it's like, they seem comfortable with mediocrity. And let's be so for real. In America, a lot of Black American people too, they like to hire white lawyers every time they have a criminal case because they think the whites are so smart. But then when the whites flop, oh, white supremacy. No, it's white mediocrity. This is not a case of white supremacy. It's a case of white mediocrity. Diddy, bunch of white lawyers. Jonathan Major, white lawyers. This one, white lawyers. Push Shiesty, white lawyers. They all have these. They love to go to white people. So you gotta make up your mind. They're scared of what? Fuck the media. So you are scared of the media. Now your son is going to sleep in prison. There you go. Like, listen. But, oh, white people, I need a white lawyer or white lawyer. Y'all got to make up your mind. Are white people evil? Yes or no? Because it throws me for a loop, right? The amount of Black Americans who always call white people racist. But every time you have a criminal case, what do we see? Your lawyer's white. Your wife is white. Like, you call them racist, but you keep going to them. I don't understand. Why don't you believe that a Black attorney can actually defend you? Even Mr. Chow went and picked a Black man. You're Black, your lawyer not Black. But you want your jurors to be Black, but your lawyer to be white. Make it make sense, though. You obviously don't care about color. If you care about color that much, if you want jurors to be Black, then why isn't one of your lawyer also Black? Right? But it's a theme that I keep seeing. Too many Black Americans, when they get in trouble with the law, they run to get a white lawyer because they think white is better. Okay, play with your life. Play with your life. You're about to find out. These white Americans here, they're extremely mediocre. It's not even just racism. They're just mediocre. Look at China. Look at America. Look at our debt. Look at our country. Look at everything. It doesn't work. Why? Because white people are in charge. They destroy everything they touch. They're horrible managers. They're horrible stewards. They have bad ideas. They squander money and they get people locked up for first-degree murder. But it's up to you. If you don't break that paradigm that white is right, I need a white attorney, a white person to save me, a white savior. Good luck with that shit. Marlene, I'm not hiring a damn fucking white lawyer. Okay? So love y'all. And I will see you guys tomorrow. If you don't see me tomorrow, I have to work out. Okay? Karmelo will be fine. By God's grace, the appeals, it works. By God's grace. You get the transcript, you find, I have a pager account, so I'll see. You get the transcript, you'll see what's there. By God's grace, we can put the transcript in AI and ask the transcript, what can we take to the appeals court? That's the only recourse now. Because he chose to let the lawyer, he chose not to take the stand. They chose to let the lawyer rest on Monday. That family also needs to live with the choices they made. From the lawyer they chose, the strategy they trusted, and all this foolishness. They paid for this. They paid for this result. They could have hired somebody way more qualified who would have been like, oh, I see why you had to do that. So, okay, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Be the mouthpiece for Karmelo. No, he over there, he said what he want to say. Oh, it's a crime of passion. It's a crime of sudden passion. Who asked him to say that? No one. But once again, mommy's there, daddy's there, grandma's there, granddad is there. The whole bloodline is there. Now here are the consequences. And they have to live with that. Not me. They got to live with that. So like I said, if you guys ever get in trouble, I expect you to know the law for yourself. And I expect you to fight for yourself. The lawyer is an assistant. It is your life. And we have too many tools like AI. We have too many large learning models for you to not even know what's going on with your life. It's your life. You can take your whole case, put your case into the AI stuff. They're going to tell you. You can take all the police report, put that into AI. You have to make sure you know what's going on. You can't just blindly trust a person because they went to law school. Man, fuck that shit. Every lawyer ain't smart. And every lawyer is not a winner. And every lawyer is not somebody who roots for the client. Okay? There are a bunch of lawyers who are a bunch of quitters. And also, never take a lawyer who's frail or fat. Go pick a lawyer that look like they work out. They look like they live heavy. Looks like they enjoy running marathons. Because that's someone that has endurance. That is someone that can carry a heavy load. Okay? That's it. But they have to live with that choice. Now, I will, by God's grace, I'm trying to think about what kind of way they can fix it and appeal. I will try to think about it. But remember, I'm not a lawyer, but I'll try my best. But hey, they made a choice. So tonight, they're going to cry. They're all going to cry. That's what you get for putting your life in the hands of a white man. Tomorrow, you will learn to go up there and explain to people why you had a reasonable belief that you had to use deadly force in order to save your life. Don't just assume the jury understands your motivation or your mens rea. You have to explain it to them. And a whole year was given under bail for the story to be so perfect. You can do mock-up every day. By the time you get to trial, this is a breeze for you. You can keep your calm, keep your composure, and just tell the story. And people say, wow, he's so eloquent. He has a beautiful voice. Oh my gosh, he's such a sweetheart. People would have had those reactions. They didn't want to believe. Okay, so here we are. Okay, so love y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Pray for Karmelo. He'll be fine. They're going to cry though, but he's going to be all right. Okay, bye my people. Love you. I got to go to bed. My head hurts. Okay.